challenging. Input 6 is the
A sound check out in region 6.
Hello, Drew.
Hey, Pat. Good morning, sir.
Mic check, Region 8.
You are in the meeting now.
Any questions or anything on the expenses? Okay, all those in favor of approval of the expenses signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, we'll go on to the commissioner reports next, and Commissioner Tabor, I will let you start.
Thank you. Eric, can you put up that slide that I'd asked you about? The picture.
How about I go with Commissioner Siebel, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Tabor. You want to go ahead, Commissioner Siebel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Region 5, it's obviously been a really busy late summer and fall so far, and excited to say that the wardens have finalized hiring a warden for the Harlowtown District in Region 5. It should be filled by January. And once hired, we'll have all of the warden positions in Region 5 filled, which is really exciting, and I know good for enforcement, good for everybody. Real reminder, Region 5 has not gotten the rain that a lot of places have in the state, and so there's a reminder to all the people enjoying the outdoors in Region 5 that's still really dry, including Wheatland County still in stage 1 fire restrictions. So just want to warn everyone about that until hopefully we get some moisture this week to that it's still really dry in our part of the state, and we just need to be careful. Had a tremendous turnout this year for youth hunts and certifying apprentice hunters in Region 5. And that was great. Certification online was a real help this year. So really excited about that and excited to see the youth participating in the hunt, especially in Region 5. So far this year in the CWD update in Region 5, we've had 211 animals tested. And unfortunately, we've had 2 already come back with suspected positives, one in Hunting District 515, and that was a mule deer buck, and then one in Hunting District 570 mule deer doe. The unfortunate part is I think that was the very first time that HD 515 has had a positive test or suspected positive test. And I do want to encourage all the hunters across the state, and certainly in our region where we've seen an uptick in CWD, to make sure deer, elk, that you get your animals tested. We need more data, as much data as we can get to understand that. And there are check stations set up in Big Timber, Billings, Harlow, Lavina, Columbus, and at the Billings Regional Office to get those samples pulled. Fishery's been really busy collecting samples, Bighorn River, several sections, Dead Man's Basin, Clark's Fork, the Yellowstone, and various other rivers in the area doing their normal counts. As far as wildlife goes and harvest, we're seeing lower deer harvest and hunter numbers in our region in 5. But the first 2 weeks so far, we've actually seen a higher elk harvest, which is great. And but again, suspect once we get some weather and get some snow that things will really improve in Region 5, especially with the rut coming on. We've had a fantastic year for upland game birds in our area, and I know a lot of areas in the state, so that's exciting as well. One thing in Region 5 that's not always common, but it's getting more common, is that we're getting reports at FWP of more and more grizzly bear sightings and tracks. And so just, again, be mindful, even when you're in an area that you're not suspecting there's going to be grizzlies, and that includes a lot of our Region 500 that we need to be bear aware out there. And last but not least, Region 5 is having a citizen advisory committee on the evening of December 5th, and we'll be sending out an invitation to all the new and incumbent legislators and senators, or House members and senators, be presenting on upcoming legislative initiatives that'll be happening in the legislature this year. So with that, I turn back over to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I will go to Commissioner Lane, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as the Region 7 update, the department finalized the purchase of 414 acres at the Isaac Homestead Wildlife Management Area near Hysham. This addition to the WMA connects 2 existing parcels of ground that had been isolated due to the loss of an access road easement as a result of Yellowstone River erosion. Governor Gianforte attended the grand opening event to add his support to the increased access the additional acres will provide. In enforcement, Todd Enders was hired as our new sergeant in Region 7 enforcement. Mr. Enders previously worked for the department as a district warden in Baker for 7 years, and then as a lone sergeant in Region 7 for 3 years. Todd spent the past few years pursuing a lifelong career goal, and now we are happy to welcome him back to Eastern Montana. Just in general, the hunting seasons are in full swing. As everybody knows, the regional check-in stations are showing about average harvests of both deer and antelope. The warm fall temperatures have facilitated more folks being afield, and hunter satisfaction seems to be above average, which is great to hear. The CWD stations are in full function across the region. We encourage deer hunters to bring their harvested deer heads by one of these stations or to the regional office to have samples taken of their deer. Data collected from across the region helps managers to track the spread and prevalence of this disease and be able to manage deer herds accordingly. So we highly encourage everybody to participate in those. And then I just also wanted to give a shout out to the Region 7 crew that they've been working really hard trying to provide the best possible experience to everybody who participates in the opportunities that we have to offer in there. So I just wanted to personally thank Brad Schmitz and the Region 7 crew for their hard work and dedication. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Walsh, you want to go ahead?
Yep. The general rifle season is well underway. Through the second Sunday of the season, about 15% more hunters than last year stopped at the check station in Augusta total of 156 elk and deer were brought to the station, which is approximately 18% above recent average and 7% ahead of last year. We held a CAC meeting on October 9th, where the regional managers gave update reports to the CAC members. Hunter ed classes have been well attended, and field days were completed to get new hunters out in the field. Region 4 fisheries crews collected kokanee eggs from Holter Reservoir, which is a new potential source for kokanee eggs for FWP's kokanee production. Quick update on the White Bear Fishing Access Site, which is one of those stories of turning lemons into lemonade. The commission heard about this site being problematic, and it was closed for a period of time. An electronic gate and security cameras, as well as new signage, have been installed in that site. Work has begun on the development of a new loop trail and the conversion of the existing trail into an improved accessible trail. And in the coming weeks, new solar lighting and improved wood rail fencing will be installed. On the staffing side, Region 4's grizzly bear technician out of Conrad, Mr. Jack Austin, has retired. Before becoming a grizzly bear tech, Jack was the warden captain in Miles City. So a big thank you from everyone in Region 4, and I think the FWP, to Jack for his stellar career of public service with the FWP in both the enforcement and wildlife divisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooke.
Yeah, sorry. I've got a cold today. Are we supposed to still disclose who we met with?
Yes, for groups, not
For groups.
individuals. Yep.
Okay. I didn't meet with them, but I talked to fishing outfitters and guides. Wolves of the Rockies, Trap Free Montana, Trout Unlimited. Region 3 is busy with hunter tech stations. They're reporting normal, maybe decreased hunter numbers and possibly increased success rates with deer and elk. Headwater State Park hosted the ribbon cutting ceremony for the addition to the state park. Department staff, the Montana Legacy Foundation, and the Montana State Parks Foundation, many local citizens worked tirelessly for years to protect this small in-home holding parcel and ensure Montanans have permanent protected access to this park. The governor's words at the ceremony reflected this when he said, "Securing public access to public lands like this edition is critical to protecting our Montana way of life." It was a great day out there. So I hope everybody gets to see it. Region 3 wildlife biologist Claire Gower is working with local trappers to live trap and capture pine marten, which will be released and reintroduced soon in the Bridger Mountains. I'm hoping to be able to participate with her team on at least one of the releases. I met with the Region 3 wildlife biologists for an entire day out at the new Headwater State Park. I learned about all the ongoing work that they're doing, including the current status of the EA that wildlife biologist Julie Cunningham should have out soon for translocating bighorn sheep in the Madison Range. Bears are still active and out on the landscape, so please be bear aware. Region 3 biologists spend tons of time every year dealing with urban wildlife conflicts like food, composting, garbage storage, inviting bear conflicts and urban deer issues in towns, large and small. They spend an incredible amount of time on these matters. There have been several early game damage elk hunts already in the Madison and Ruby Valleys. I don't have a report on how that went. The lion population study started this spring and is ongoing. Region 3 has a new warden captain, Lieutenant Josh Leonard. He has been with the department for many years, and he's now in the regional office in Bozeman. The Fish, Wildlife, and Parks research biologist Nick DeCesar recently wrapped up a 10-year Montana moose study. Long-term studies of this magnitude are invaluable in giving us better understanding of the dynamics of the wildlife systems. You can access this study on the department's website. 2 weeks ago, I spent the day on the Missouri out of Toston with Townsend area fish biologist Ron Spoon and his tech Colton Pipinich, who's a grad student at MSU. I went in the spring and watched them electrofish, and then I went back in the fall. It's really exciting to see the amount of wild trout that's still in that river stem. And also just to see them, they take them out and weigh them and measure them, and we look at them, and it's very exciting. I encourage everybody to try to be involved in it and duck when they swing that net. That's all.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Region 2, first, actually, I met with Foundation for Wildlife Management and for Fish Wildlife this time. Region 2 updates. Wildlife Region 2 had good success on opening weekend with both hunter numbers and harvested game up from last year's opener. White-tailed deer and elk harvest was almost double the 2023 opening weekend at the Bonner Station, and region-wide elk harvest was up 30%. Communication and education. Outreach focus areas for the fall include campaigns for CWD, ways to prevent the spread, and Region 2 priority surveillance areas, and how to get your harvested animal tested, and the It's Up to Us hunting behavior campaign. We're adding region-specific focus and info to these statewide campaigns. The hunter education season wrapped up with high demand for classes and field days right up to the beginning of the general season. We'll begin planning for the 2025 classes with volunteer instructors in early January. On the enforcement side, Mineral County Game Warden Cody Stipchich graduated the Montana Law Enforcement Academy on November 8. Warden Stipchich will begin field training in late November. This fall, Missoula Wardens and Investigator Singletary have been working collaboratively with Missoula County Sheriff's Office, Missoula PD, and Forest Service law enforcement officers on an arson case that occurred on public property owned by multiple agencies, including FWP. Wardens have been busy during the first week of the general season and have a number of cases they are actively investigating. On Parks and Outdoor Rec side, Region 2 season staff have been inactivated for the season. Sites were busy with good fall weather. Special recreation permit holder use reports are starting to come in for Blackfoot, Alberton Gorge, and Upper Bitterroot. Recently hired Michael Hubbard as the Bitterroot Recreation Manager starting November 18th. Fisheries, summer started off hot but cooled early, easing stress on trout. However, current water levels remain low throughout the region. Habitat is reduced and some migration routes are disrupted. Field season is wrapping up. Staff updated fishery status, provided data to identify and plan projects and review projects to protect and enhance fisheries. Bull trout numbers are declining in many Region 2 populations. We are planning investigations of the decline in trout in the Upper Clark Fork. The population has declined dramatically above Deer Lodge. We're discussing potential projects to conserve West Slope cutthroat and bull trout in the Blackfoot River drainage with partner agencies. End of report.
Thank you. Are we ready with the photo? Okay, go ahead with that, please.
So I wanted to put this up, and congratulations to Brian. That's Brian, his 80-year-old dad, and his son. So of 3 generations, and he got it. He got his ram, which is extraordinary. And congratulations. That's awesome. Thank you for doing that. For Region 1, I just wanted to let you know that we had our first detection of CWD in HD 170. And the region just acted with quick haste. Real big shout out to biologist Franz Engelfinger, as well as the biologist head Neil Anderson. Neil wound up being on leave, but still stayed and managed the process while over the phone. And they reached out to me. We did an emergency increase in B tags so we can start on the culling process. So they've been significantly responsive to this. And of course, we're monitoring the situation. The games check stations in the region are slightly outpacing last year's results. Numbers are up in whitetail and mule deer and relatively the same for elk overall. Currently, the staff is meeting with private landowners whose land's under conservation easements and doing the annual review. Up in our region, it's roughly 300,000 acres that's under that, and we want to make sure that we can maintain that. Fortunately, the land board did pass the Montana Great Outdoors Conservation Easement Phase 1 in a 3-2 vote. That particular easement for Region 1 is massively critical to retain public access to traditional hunting grounds. And again, a shout out to Bill Shank and his group, as well as the Region 1 staff, to make that thing happen. The regional fisheries staff received recognition and thanks in assisting the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes with a rainbow removal project to conserve West Slope cutthroat in the Jocko River drainage. And a special shout out to Sam Barrett for teaching about the study to fish otoliths to students at the Salish Kootenai College in Pablo. And finally, the wardens are working on several investigations in the region. It's been a busy start. I appreciate the hard work of enforcement, and they've also been helping with CWD detection as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you. Quick update for Region 6. In fisheries, the Fort Peck fisheries staff wrapped up the annual Chinook salmon egg taking effort on Fort Peck reservoir this week. An estimated 842,709 salmon eggs were collected. Staff continues to work with MSU on developing and implementing a paddlefish snag and release survival research study. This study will begin spring 2025 and run for 2 years. And under wildlife, 3 40-year conservation leases were finalized with landowners in Phillips County on 13,486 acres. The application period for landowners to apply for this program is open through the end of November. So everybody out there, this is a reminder, end of this month. With all hunting seasons in full swing, the Haver Hunter Check Station has been operating each weekend. So far, upland bird harvest has been above average and big game harvest has been below average. Number of hunters is slightly down from last year and at average levels. I have an elk tag this year and been out and no luck yet, but I'm seeing in our area, at least we're seeing more antelope and more deer than we have in the last couple of years through the drought. There's still green grass, and it seems like there are fewer hunters, but it's still there's still wildlife out there. So under Parks and Recreation, Brush Lake State Park was full for the first week of pheasant season. Progress continues for the Redwater fishing access site planning and development to include interpretive signage and storytelling opportunities. And that is my Region 6 report. Director, would you like to give your report, please?
Yeah, just a couple things, Madam Chair. With the legislature coming to town, the department field staff, headquarters staff have been working with the governor's budget office to construct the department's budget proposal. I believe the governor's budget will be released on the 15th. We're also working to draft proposed legislation that was approved for pre-introduction by our oversight committee, the Environmental Quality Council. So I believe there were 13 bills that committee heard and approved for pre-introduction. So we've been working hard on that. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to the Department of Natural Resources and Conservation for their quick response to the Nevada Creek Wildlife Management Area fire, that controlled burn that got a little spicy here. They did a great job along with Region 2 staff and the forestry staff of managing that incident as well as could be expected. We've done a fair amount of tribal consultation lately, meeting with both the Blackfeet and the Fort Peck tribes. I believe we're scheduled to meet with the CSKT next week. So Quinn Kuka, our tribal liaison, continues to work hard to help us be better partners to our tribal governments around the state. And that concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to jump into the fisheries. If you would like to start, please.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Robinson, Commissioners. My name is Jay Pravacek, and I am the Acting Fish Division Administrator here to present the proposed changes to the 25-26 fishing regulations. The main effort for this regulation cycle came from removing exceptions and reverting areas to district standards. This should provide fewer regulations that are easier to understand. Last spring, we started with 64 proposals that we shared through a public scoping process to gather input from folks around the state. During that time, we also solicited proposals from the public. This summer, we used the 300 public comments on those 64 to get to what you see today. The proposals in front of you went out for public comment in August and received 165 comments. We have multiple staff from all the regions in Helena headquarters here today to assist with any questions. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions on the regulation? What we're going to do, just kind of a reminder, we have quite a few amendments today. So I would like to take the regulations as proposed by the FWP. I would like to take that first, and then we'll start with the amendments. Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, if you'll entertain a motion.
Yes, please.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the 2025-2026 fishing regulations as proposed.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Lane. Okay, I guess we'll just jump into the first amendment is one that was asked for by the FWP. Commissioner Tabor, if you want to cover that one, please.
I move that the Wildlife Commission amend the 25-26 fishing regulations to remove the lake whitefish exception from Flathead Lake in the Western District. This amendment will revert the whitefish catch limits on Flathead Lake to the district standard of 20 fish per day and 40 in possession.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Siebel. Are there any questions on this amendment? Okay. All right, Commissioner Tabor, if you would.
So you want me to stay in sequence with the requested ones first? Okay.
Yep.
So
just a reminder of what I'm trying to do is take them in order of when they were received, because in the past we have had amendments that conflicted with each other. And to be fair, I just want to take them as received so that, and I don't think we have anything that conflicts today, but I'm just going to keep with that process.
Okay. I move the commission amend the 25-26 fishing regulations for Big Salmon Creek to read as follows: closed to all angling within 300-yard radius around the inlet where the creek enters the lake of Big Salmon Lake.
I second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Siebel. Are there any questions from any of the commissioners on this amendment?
Let's see. It's to be a duplication. Ready for the next one?
Yep, go ahead, please.
I move the commission amend the 25-26 fishing regulations for Hungry Horse Reservoir to read as follows: bull trout, 1 fish per license year from the 3rd Saturday in May through August 15th, catch and release the rest of the year with a Hungry Horse South Fork Flathead permit validation on fishing license. A Hungry Horse South Fork Flathead bull trout catch card must be in possession when fishing for bull trout. See bull trout under What Do I Need to Fish in Montana, page 15. All bull trout must be released immediately or killed and counted as your limit when harvest is allowed. It is unlawful to possess a live bull trout for any reason.
Second.
Okay, go ahead.
I move the commission amend the 25-26 fishing regulations for South Fork of the Flathead River upstream from Hungry Horse Reservoir, from crossover boat ramp south and upstream to the confluence of Young's and Danaher Creeks to read as follows: bull trout, no intentional angling for bull trout except catch and release from July 1st to the 31st. Angling is prohibited from the mouths of Gordon Creek and Little Salmon Creek downstream 300 yards from June 15th to September 30th. A Hungry Horse South Fork Flathead bull trout catch card must be in possession when fishing for bull trout. See bull trout under What Do I Need to Fish in Montana, page 15 for application and information. All bull trout must be released promptly with little or no delay. It is unlawful to possess a live bull trout for any reason. Angling for bull trout is not allowed in the South Fork Flathead River tributaries or Big Salmon Lake.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lane seconded it. Okay.
See if I got any other. There was a couple others, but they came in after.
Okay, I will Commissioner Walsh, if you want to go ahead with your three, do we have these to put them up on the screen so that the public can see them too? Can we do those as we go, please? Right. But I'll just, Commissioner Tabor, I'll just let you go ahead with your spearfishing amendment, and then we'll go to Commissioner Walsh's amendment.
Going back in sequence of where it was. Let's see here. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission change the following with respect to spearfishing in the Western District. From page 23 of the 24 extant fishing regulations, spearing, all waters are closed to spearing of game and non-game fish except for open for spearing northern pike through the ice and by persons swimming or submerged in waters open to fishing or as otherwise noted under district exceptions. And then from page 25 of the 24 extant fishing regulations, northern pike, 15 daily in possession, all waters open for spearing through the ice and by persons swimming or submerged in waters open to fishing or as otherwise noted in district exceptions.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Walsh seconded it. Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Walsh, with your 3 daily amendment, please.
So for the 25-26 fishing regulations, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission change the daily and possession limits for combined trout in the Western District and the Central District for rivers and streams to 3 daily and in possession. No other changes to the existing standard daily limits, slot limits, and no changes to cutthroat trout are not included in the combined trout in the Western District.
Okay. Commissioner Lane seconded that. Okay. Why don't you go ahead, please, with your hook definition one, please?
Okay, again, for the 25-26 fishing regulations, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission remove the statement that a quote lure with multiple hooks is still considered a single hook.
There a second on that one?
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Tabor seconds it. Okay. Is that it for you guys?
Think so.
Okay. I do have an additional one. And you probably have that. Do you have that, Eric? Does he have a hard copy? Okay. Okay. So when reading the paddlefish mandatory reporting part of it, it was unattainable, I guess, for the Missouri River, especially with no cell service. And what it said is you had to have a reference number immediately before transporting your paddlefish on a boat or in a vehicle. And with no cell service, it was not possible. So my amendment says, for all waters, a person may transport an unreported paddlefish harvest due to lack of communication service. Once in communication service, the person shall have 48 hours to report the paddlefish harvest. So that is my
Second.
okay. Commissioner Brooke, I think, has a second on that. Okay, thank you for that. I think this will be a lot more clear, and it's keeps it consistent with the 48-hour in the rest of the regulations. All right. Yep. Okay. Okay. Go ahead with your questions.
Is there one missing?
Okay.
Is it the one around the 300-yard radius around the inlet to Big Salmon Lake? Is that the one I missed? I need to find it in the binder. I did read that?
Yep. Yep.
Which one did I miss?
8 amendments.
But that's including additional ones. But I think there was 4 bull trout ones. And did I propose 4 bull trout?
Let's double check.
Yeah. How's the best way to check that?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so did I do move the commission amend for closing all angling within 300-yard radius around the inlet where the creek enters the lake of Big Salmon Lake?
Yep.
Okay.
I have that one.
And did I do the close to all angling within 300-yard radius around the inlet where the creek enters the lake? See that there's a double.
Oh. See, in my
Okay.
folder, I have 2 of the Salmon Lake ones.
That's what I have. Okay. So I
These
move
are
the commission and
up at the top.
okay.
Okay.
So the one I missed was the lake. All right.
Okay.
So here we go. 25-26 fishing regulation, Big Salmon Lake. I move the commission amend the 25-26 fishing regulations for Big Salmon Lake to read as follows. Close to all angling within 300-yard radius around the inlet where the creek enters the lake of Big Salmon Lake.
Second.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Because that's what I already had written down. Okay. All right. Thank you. Are we square? Okay. There's lots of amendments, most of them, except for the one that I just to change the regulations to clarify them. Everything else was released to the public earlier. Correct. Okay. So are there any questions from the commission before we start with public comment? Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, I had a question of Commissioner Walsh and would just regarding the change in the possession limit or the harvest limit from 5 to 3. Would just ask that you kind of go through your rationale and logic. I've certainly gotten some pushback from my region and from people in my region on that. So just wanted to understand the rationale of the amendment.
Just the red light has to be on.
Got it. Thank you, Commissioner Siebel. First, I'd just point out a kind of an overriding thought on this is our commitment and the mission of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is up here. It's steward the fish, wildlife, parks, and recreational resources for the public now and into the future. And what I perceive my role as a commissioner to think about strategically what this state's going to be looking like in 5 or 10 years and how we can get ahead of the type of issues that we're struggling with right now in the Big Hole, Beaverhead, Jefferson, and some other major rivers where we're kind of trying to clean up after the fact. And so we received the proposed changes to the fishing regulations for 25 and 26 on August 22nd. I reviewed those and then attended the meeting in our region in Great Falls on the 9th of September and listened intently to Jason Mullen's presentation, which was really excellent on the rationale. And we heard it from the acting head of fisheries this morning that the goal was to simplify and remove exceptions from the regs. And I really congratulate the department on that. I think any effort to make it easier for the public to understand fishing regs and remove some complexity is a really good idea. But in that process, we had rivers like the Dearborn River that were currently at a 3 fish bag limit that we're going to move to the district standard. And there were several cases. In the case of the Western District, there are 28 exceptions right now that call for some form of a 3 fish limit for the combined trout. And based on that, I then dug in and started looking at other best practices in other Western states and saw that there in many and in British Columbia, where I was recently fishing, there's a clear distinction between reservoirs and lakes and streams and rivers. And in the case of Montana, we're unique among many of those states in that we manage our fisheries in rivers and streams on a wild fish basis. So we don't stock our rivers and streams. And so for me, at least, there's even a stronger rationale to reduce the bag limits in rivers and streams. And so I guess with an eye to the future, this state is enjoying vibrant growth right now in population. Our country is seeing very significant growth in immigration, and we may have people moving to the state that need more clarity on what our Montana values represent. And I feel that a lower limit on rivers and streams is warranted for that reason alone. And then I'd also ask the commission to consider, does anyone think that drought conditions are going to go away, or that the current climate challenges that we're dealing with are going to be reduced, and that we'll see any reduction in the conflict in terms of water flows between irrigation and wildlife interest? I think these are issues we're going to be struggling with for a while now. So for that reason, Commissioner Siebel, I believe that this reduced limit in rivers and streams is warranted. Now, in the Central District, there are currently 6 exceptions that call for a 3-fish bag limit in the combined trout regs. But then in addition to that, we have probably more exceptions for special fisheries like the Madison, the Big Hole, Beaverhead than we do out in the Western District. So that is my rationale, and as cited in the rationale that I posted, that their Washington State is at a 2-fish limit in their rivers and streams. Now, the Fishing Outfitters Association pointed out that, I said many major streams in Idaho are at a 2-fish limit. That's really the Clearwater region where I fish, is strictly 2 fish, and rivers and streams. And then they have, I would say, the state of Idaho has more exceptions in the Eastern District of Idaho than we would see in Montana.
Any other comments or questions, Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, just to follow up to that, and I guess I'd ask the department this, understanding now that there were, from Commissioner Wallace, so there's 28 rivers already with the 3-fish limit in the Western District and 6 in the Central District. I'm curious if the department could comment on what the cause was, what was the reasoning behind those 3-fish limits already? What was the and I don't know if this is Jay or Quentin, why those were put in place, and if it was population concerns, and just a little history on how we got to those the 3-fish limits that already exist.
Great, Madam Chair. Commissioner Siebel, you're correct. I mean, it's just population dynamics in those areas that are allowing us to adjust those limits up and down.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
just to follow up on that. So is it routine? Are those fairly dynamic? Are they changing consistently year to year? Or I'm curious how often those 3-fish limits get adjusted.
I might have to pass that over to Region 4 unless you has any other ideas. I'm guessing we don't look at those on an annual basis. They're looked at on a longer term basis. And so if Jason Mullen is available in Region 4, he might be able to comment.
Okay,
Yes.
Region 4, if you wouldn't mind unmuting and let us know if you heard that question. Go ahead. Okay. Do they know the command then?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Is it *6?
Madam Chair, I might point out that the question was about the Western District and Region 4s in the Central District.
Okay.
I would, Madam Chair, I'd say the question stands for either Western or Central. The bigger question is how often are those adjusted and really why are they adjusted?
Okay. Looks like you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Chair Robinson, this is Jason Mullen, the Region 4 Fisheries Manager. Once we have those special restrictions in place, I would say they typically stay there. They're not adjusted a whole lot. They typically go in place on waters that have high angling pressure, where we need those special restrictions to be in place. So examples include in Region 4, the Missouri River, the Smith River. Those have long-standing exceptions that have been in place for some time.
Okay. Any follow-up, Commissioner Siebel?
Follow up. Is it safe to say that in a situation where counts indicate falling populations that the regions would given the current conditions would put in a 3-fish limit if there's concern in fairly short order?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, I think the question was if we would implement restrictions if needed based on changes in the populations, and yes, we would do that. We would react to the changing conditions on the ground.
Thank you. Follow up.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, just what I'm trying to weigh here, I appreciate the input from Region 4. And what I'm trying to weigh here is the question of doing a programmatic change to all the rivers in the Western and Central District to the 3-fish versus what the department sounds like the department's already doing, which is addressing specific population issues as they come up by adjusting the harvest limit. And it sounds like that's currently what's taking place at the department. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor.
I want to just make a couple of comments here and address some of the issues that were brought up, and I'm sure the other commissioners have some comments as well. We find ourselves here as a commission trying to react to proposals, primarily because the commission didn't participate or have any input in the fish-wide management plan for the state. So as you could well imagine, if we're setting specific policy at the state level in that management plan, which is developed and utilized by the department, the commission didn't have the opportunity to sway that one way or the other. It's the department's plan. If you look at the fisheries plan, there are certain indications of what I think is a philosophy. The philosophy that Commissioner Walsh is addressing, which has been adopted by most of the Western United States, is a conservative wild stock management philosophy. So in other words, it's predictive, it's looking out in the future, less reactive, more predictable with regards to if you have certain trends, angling pressure being one of them, but water temperature, all the things that factor into fish population. You perhaps develop an overall philosophy that we're going to be conservative in our wild stock management. So I extracted a particular quote out of one of the state plans that I think is really pertinent here. Conservative wild stock management is predicted on both biological considerations and social concerns. Growth in the river and stream fisheries is inevitable. And by managing the wild stock conservatively, the potential for serious long-term problems is minimized. From a social perspective, conservative wild stock management is consistent with the wishes and desires of most of the angling public presenting using the resources. So one of the things I asked the department to do, and Jay was just awesome in being responsive in this, is I wanted to kind of know what the trends were looking. In particular, from 19 on, looking at the rivers and streams and saying, okay, what's happening out there? The two tools that we utilize to measure right now, it appears, is angling pressure and then also satisfaction. And then if you get to a water specific, then they're getting specific with regards to count of fish and what have you. If you look at the data that was prepared, you see a trend line. And as one would expect, angling pressure, the trend line's going like that. Now, is it going like this? No. Is there aberrations between one year or another? No. But can we anticipate an increase in population and angling pressure in the next 20 years? Yes, we can. Can we anticipate pressure from environmental concerns such as water quality or water temperature? Yes, we can. All those conditions are in place. And what we have been doing, rightfully so, is adapting kind of when the data becomes fairly critical and indicative that we need to do it. So what I view Commissioner Walsh's proposal is, first of all, matching what is really already the behavior by most Montana anglers. One of the things I asked for was how many people are actually releasing, and it's remarkably high. In some areas, it's in the 90 percentile. In almost all instances, it's at least 85% or higher that release versus keep. And then when you look at the statistics of how many people are keeping the fish, most of them keep a very modest amount. They're not keeping up to the entire bag limit. They're usually keeping a couple. And so in some ways, we're actually matching the behavior on the ground is the anticipation on this. But it's also in anticipating if in the last 10 years, we've been adding rivers pretty consistently because of the concerns of water and angling pressure, isn't it predictive that we're going to see that trend continue? And so maybe we get ahead of it. So I was sharing with KC that I have a 6-year-old grandson that from the moment he wakes up to the moment he goes to bed, the only thing he can think about is fishing. I don't know what's the matter with the boy. I think that's the process of being part of a family that fishes. But I want in 15 years for him to not hear the comment like, boy, you should have been here 10 years ago when the fishing was. I just don't want that to be the case. That's the legacy that I think we look at. I wish we had more specific things in the plan where we were really targeting population totals, where we were really managing to an age class or to a size limit. I wish we had some other value statements in the plan, like so many other states have. In a way, it seems like we're talking about tools before targets, which is not the preferred way. So we're at a policy level right now, which is really the obligation and responsibility of the commission. And that's why I feel pretty strongly, if we have the opportunity now to set forth and right size our behavior to preserve fish in the future, makes sense to me. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Brook?
Commissioner Walsh, doesn't the department already have the ability to do what you're proposing under the adaptive fish management plan?
Commissioner Brook, the effort, as I understand it, this year was to for the biennial to reduce the number of exceptions, and so I assume that we're going to be adopting this plan for the next 2 seasons, and in the case of the Western District, 28 exceptions currently are 3 fish. Some of those will move to 5 fish. The Dearborn River, for example, on combined trout would move from 3 to 5. And I was told that the reason we shouldn't feel too bad about that is most anglers practice catch and release angling. And I think that's a big assumption. And in the case of the Central District, we have 6 exceptions currently at 3 fish. I think most or all of those move to 5 fish in the future. I think the more important thing is just making a distinction between rivers and streams that are managed through wild stock management and our lakes and reservoirs that are managed through the hatchery program and stocking, which, if someone wanted to make the case that we should increase the bag limits in lakes and reservoirs, I'd probably support that. I think that anglers that are interested in consumption of fish have plenty of opportunities in lakes and reservoirs. We also have a 20 fish bag limit on brook trout, and there are plenty of brook trout out there to be caught. And then in addition to that, the 3 fish is a reasonable number for taking home to eat. And if someone has a bigger family, then take your kids or your spouse along to help get your bag limit.
Madam Chair, follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Comment. From the data that I'm getting from Fish and Wildlife Parks, it's a really small number of people who are catching wild fish, like very small. And those people have a constitutionally protected right to harvest wild fish within limits. If there's a biological reason why we should do this, or there's incredible social reason to limit it, that right is then questioned, and you can decrease their right. But this amendment does not raise to that level that these few fishermen that are taking 5 fish, wild fish, that they can't do it anymore because they're newcomers or we have evolving ethics. This is a right they have. 5 fish, and without any biological reason, that right should be protected. And we should not make an amendment today based on future worries when we already have an adaptive management plan that can make those changes.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just respond and remind Commissioner Bruck that we have 28 rivers and streams in the Western District that currently call for a 3 fish limit on combined trout. So you're talking about increasing those to 5 fish. And, I don't even know why is 5 fish a magic number? Well, because it was implemented in 1984. So for a 40-year period, we've had a 5 fish limit. I doubt that 5 fish is constitutionally recognized. Now, we're not reducing it to 0, we're reducing it to 3 fish.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor.
I'd also like to respond to that. In terms of a right, our obligation really is to protect the fish. That's our first and foremost. It's about projecting and long-term conservative management techniques to protect the fish, not to protect the rights of an angler. So the thing I would tell you about the adaptive is, unfortunately, for whatever reasons, whether it's budgetary, personnel, whatever, when we adapt, and we've seen examples of this since I've been on the commission, it feels like it's a little too late. It's like, why didn't we get ahead of this curve? We're adapting, but could we have seen this coming and maybe put a measure in and head before we get to a point where it's more drastic? And we're talking about going from 5 to 3. They still get to keep 3. So we're not taking that much away. What we're really doing is matching it to the behavior on the ground, but also putting in a preservation for the future. If we went from 5 to 0, then I think I'd really understand what you're saying there. And if I also didn't know how much effort the department puts in to stocking and giving opportunities in ponds and lakes and reservoirs, that's an integral part of the way we manage fish. So the opportunity is there, but we don't have a chance to get these fish back in there because we don't stock rivers and streams. This is a wild stock. So we have to count on their ability to survive over the next several years, given all these predictable trend lines that indicate nothing more than more and more and more pressure down. So it is a modest adjustment we can make now that should serve us in the future. And that's why I feel pretty passionate about it.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Tabor, the Constitution specifically says wild fish. It doesn't say stocked fish. You shouldn't have to only take stocked fish if you want to take 5 fish. But I feel like 5 fish is fine. It's not hurting. The biologists tell me it is not hurting. There's no problem. And it's as arbitrary as 3. 3 is an arbitrary number that we've come up with no biological evidence that that's what we need to be at, because it feels socially good. And I don't think we should be setting quotas on social issues when the public isn't demanding this. Nobody's demanding this. We didn't get any. In fact, I'm hearing people who are opposed to it. And so if you're going to make a social quota or a bag limit, where's all the people that want this?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Tabor.
Just a point of contention. I'm not really thinking this is 100% social. I think it really is biological in nature from the standpoint of looking forward and doing a preservation of a wild stock population. The social behavior is already developed on its own, and it's reflecting what people are consciously doing. So there's an ethic that exists in this state that matches, in essence, what we've got here. It really does. So my support of this isn't because I'm trying to advocate for the social side of this. I want to protect that fishery for multiple decades. And I feel like memorializing that we are purposely, being conservative in our wild stock management, that's a philosophy that I want us to wholly embrace as both a commission and a department, because things are changing. And a lot of those things that are changing, yes, there are some social, but there's a lot of biological issues. Our habitat's changing, our water temperature's changing. We've constantly got the threat of disease and things and everything else. So we have to do everything we can to fight to protect the efficacy of the population here. And I don't want to react after it's too late. I want to proactively put something in place that protects the fish from here to come.
Commissioner Burrows.
Commissioner Tabor, Commissioner Walsh, on the social side of it, when you're looking at biological effects, we're looking at just the number of fish that are taken out for consumption purposes. Is there any data that shows mortality rate of catch and release, and what effect does that have? So, I mean, if we're talking about protecting the fishery on wild fish on these streams and rivers, it seems like at some point we probably got to get a handle on what is if the population of fish is decreasing, what is doing that? Is it this 3 or 5 fish limit that people are taking out? And if that's a small percentage of what people are doing, is actually taking, if we've got 2 or 3% taking a few fish out versus 95 or 97% of people are out there catching them and releasing them, and you have a 3, 5, 8, 9% mortality rate on catch and release, you're taking a lot more fish out of the rivers and streams due to catch and release mortality than you are for people taking them out for consumption. And I think ultimately that's probably a number that we've got to be able with a straight face say, here's the mortality rate, here's the number of fish taken out for catch and release, and here's the number that are being taken out for consumption. I don't know if you guys have looked into that or haven't.
Is that something that you could speak to?
Chair, Commissioner Burrows, there's a number of studies that we proposed down in the Big Hole and in the Madison to start monitoring that situation, but we don't have any data that would suggest that right now. No.
Go ahead.
Do you have a number at all for mortality rate on trout? And I understand water temp and there's probably a lot of factors, but is there an average number on mortality rate for catch and release for trout?
So I think we have personnel online. I'm hoping that Pat Saffel might be able to answer that question out of Region 2 if he's available.
Looks like they are unmuted. So Region 2, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, Chair Robinson, members of the commission, this is Pat Saffel. I'm the fish manager in Missoula. Yeah, there's been a lot of studies. They come up with different numbers. I think if you went across gear types, the catch and release mortality is roughly 5%.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Walsh.
Yeah, Chair Robinson, I'd just add that last year we implemented a test section of the Madison River with barbless hooks. I think that the studies that I've read on catch release mortality relate in a large way to hook type and whether they're barbless or barbed hooks. So it'd be interesting to see that. I think we're all anticipating, the results that'll come out of the joint Montana State University and department studies over on the Big Hole and Beaverhead. Can I just respond again that the 3 fish limit is not just a random number pulled out of the air. It's included in our current reg book in 28 rivers and streams in the Western District and 6 or more. And then I didn't count the number of ponds and lakes because they're still a 3 fish limit exception in several of them. And that the decision here is, do we move those all to 5 to the district standard of 5, which has been in effect since 1984, or do we retain the 3 fish limit?
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments before I go out to public comment? Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, just a clarification question for Commissioner Walsh. in the current regulations, are the 28 rivers in the Western District and the 6 in the Central that are currently at 3 fish based on presumably biology and population, are they going to go to 5 automatically under the proposed regulations?
We'd have to ask the fisheries department, but in the case, I know in specific cases like the Dearborn River, they were moving to the district standard. And the effort here was to simplify the reg book and reduce as many exceptions as we could. And I'm just suggesting that we go the other direction and reduce them by moving to a 3 fish limit.
So
Go ahead, Quentin, if you'd like to speak to that.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, and I may be missing the conversation there, this last exchange between Commissioner Siebel and Commissioner Walsh, but I'd look to Jeff here to keep me on the straight and narrow here. As we understand the motions right now, if everything were to pass as captured in a motion, where the department's proposals call for a 5 fish exception, that would go into effect. Where the status quo, or where the proposal speaks to a 3 fish limit, that would, in many cases, if not all of them, be redundant to the amendment. And that would be a potential for us to strike the exception out of the specific water body.
Okay, so
Does that answer the question, Chair?
I think he's saying that if this amendment is not passed, then there's some that would revert to 5 that are 3 currently.
But none off the exception list. The exception list would stay the exception list.
Yes, Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, yes. If
I don't, true.
if the Commissioner Walsh's amendment does not move forward, then everything except the bull trout amendment and the paddlefish amendment would move forward as proposed by the department. That includes some exception for specific water bodies. Going to 5 and to 3, staying at 5, staying at 3. Can we speak to what our proposals for specific water bodies are? Are there motions in there to move to 5? Are there motions in there or proposals to move to 3?
Because if there are not changes made to the existing one, then it would not change it. Because these are just changes.
Yes, Chair, that's correct. If Commissioner Walsh's amendment does not move forward, then everything in the context of bag limit would stay as proposed by the department's package.
Does the motion need to reflect that? Because a lot of times our motions have said that the motion is to approve, the original motion is to approve the 2025-26 fishing regulations as proposed. So is that clear, I guess?
Chair, yes. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Burrows.
Let me just make one comment, Chair Robinson. So example, page 33, Fish Trap Creek and tributaries, the combined trout 3 daily and in possession, none over 10 inches, artificial lures only, was struck, right? And that would move to the 5 fish standard. Same thing with the Dearborn, which I've mentioned several times. I think most of these exceptions that are currently at 3 fish are struck under the proposed regs.
Okay, so they wouldn't be automatically. I mean, they are. It's clear
That
they would be.
the concept was
yeah.
to revert to district standards wherever possible. So that would take out a number of rivers that are currently at 3 fish.
Would you like to speak to that, please? Go ahead.
So in the proposals, you're correct. If we're reverting to the standard in the proposal, then it would 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to come up?
Commissioner Rourke, did you have something? Commissioner Burrows.
Madam Chair. So if the exception on, actually, this might just be a lake. I was just wondering, are there any exceptions that are higher than 3 fish right now anywhere? That then would stay higher? Would that be the intent if you went?
Madam Chair,
Fish?
I have an answer to that.
Okay. Well, I'd like FWP to,
Um,
go ahead.
Chair, Commissioner Burrows, there are a handful of places in the regulations where we have a 5-fish exception where we're trying to put pressure on the rainbow trout populations to conserve cutthroat. So we do want people to take those 5 to protect cutthroat in those areas.
Chair Robinson, and the intent of my amendment was not to change those. Those would not
No
refer,
exceptions would change.
no existing exceptions.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Tabor.
That's the real important distinction, is that none of the tools for what exists right now is being proposed to be taken away. So, if you start at the big 30,000 foot level and drill down, site specific or water specific exceptions and management tools are adaptive in their nature. And if the department has already concluded that we got to do it in a certain way to either increase, decrease, or whatever, that's not being touched. It's just at the standard level of going from 5 to 3, which right size it to a lot of what's already happening anyway.
So my question to Quentin, I don't know if you want to speak to that. When you read this amendment, is it clear to the FWP of the intent?
Chair Robinson, thank you. So using Commissioner Walsh's recommendation, where our proposal, if Commissioner Walsh's amendment goes forward and changes the standard, if our proposal references a change to the standard, and that's all that it says, both of those move forward, then it would become the new standard under Commissioner Walsh's amendment.
So if it was 5 if the standard was 5 previously to remove more fish, then it would become 3 with this amendment?
Chair Robinson, if it is 5 right now and the proposal is to stay at status quo, then it would stay as an exception at 5. If the proposal is to change it to the standard and the standard changes, then it would change to whatever the new standard is. If the amendment does not pass and there's a specific water body exception that references the standard, it would stay to the status quo standard. Chair.
Chair Robinson, so another example that kind of stuck out to me was Nelson Spring Creek over in Livingston, currently catch and release only, artificial lures only. In the proposal for 25-26, that reverts to the district standard and moves to a 5-fish limit and no artificial lure restriction.
Is that how you understand that?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, I'll speak certainly with the bag limit. It would change the bag limit. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
From catch and release to 5 fish.
Yes, and the reason I left out the lure statement is I understand as your motion reads right now, it doesn't speak, the bag limit does not speak to lure. Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Madam Chair, one concern I had initially, and I think it was clarified through discussion and not discussion today, was that slot limit. The way I initially read this, I thought we were just going to 3 fish kind of open class, which in discussion with some in Region 2, I think would have been a bad thing. I just want to make sure that everybody understands, and I think it's the intent after talking to Commissioner Tabor, that slot limit remains for rivers and streams in the Western District. Because I heard, Casey, I heard you say slot limit when you read your motion, but I don't see that in the motion. So I guess I just want to make sure that that's captured in the discussion today, and the intent of the motion is to keep, at least in the Western District, I would like to see it 3 daily and in possession, and only 1 over 14 inches for that general standard for combined trout.
Madam Chair. So that is exactly the intent. The only thing that's changing is going from 5 to 3. Everything else that exists in those district-wide things stay. So it's 14, I think, in Western, and 16 or 18 in Central.
I just wanted to make sure, because I heard it in.
Well, he said he wasn't good
today, but it's not in the written motion.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Burrows, we did hear and slot limit when Commissioner Walsh proposed his amendment.
Correct. The slot limit stays the same in both the Western and Central District. We're just changing a number from 5 to 3.
Madam Chair, I have a question. It's actually a legal question or procedural one. Since we want to go out to public, is it appropriate to put an alternative motion so that the public can comment on either one? Let's just say, my intent here is maybe the hangup is the central district, but there's more agreement on the western district. So an alternative motion would be to only move from 5 to 3 in the western district only as a motion. Either or, obviously the one overrides the other, but or would we have to go back through the cycle if after we hear public comment?
Sure. In the past, we have had, like I said at the beginning, we have had conflicting motions. I take them in order. So if the first one passed, it would be
The second one is irrelevant.
right. So I would go, if you're interested in making another motion.
I would move that we change the western district limit from 5 to 3 and everything else remain the same.
Commissioner Siebel in a second. Western limit to 5. Can you say that one more time?
The western district limit from overall for the region or for the district 5 fish to 3 fish.
Okay.
In
So
possession.
honestly,
Same slot limits, everything.
okay.
It's just taking the central limit out of the central district out of the motion.
Okay. So that still could be voted on because it would change that original motion. If Casey's passed, this one would amend his amendment. So we'll still take a vote on it.
Oh, okay.
Right.
But
Yep.
the
Yep.
idea is to get public comment on it.
Right. Yep. Okay. I think we're going to go out to public comment. Just a reminder, there's a 2-minute time limit, and I will start with people that are present, and then I'm going to go to the regional offices. And I know it seems like it's been taking a little while for you guys to get unmuted. So if you could please unmute while I am taking public comment in person, then we'll be ready for you. Okay. All right. Whoever would like to comment on this as a whole, please step up.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Will Israel. It's WILLISRAEL. I'm the executive director for the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association, representing 500 outfitters and guides across the state. This morning, we're speaking to endorse Commissioner Walsh's amendment of the 2025-2026 fishing regulations. We support the proposal to lower the daily and possession limits in the western and central districts to 3, aligning with modern angling ethics. Our rationale for supporting this change includes encouraging a shift towards quality over quantity fishing, supporting conservation as anglers, increasingly prioritize fish health. Lower limits help manage fish populations sustainably under growing fishing pressure. Similar regulations in neighboring states have shown to support healthy trout populations and thriving recreational fishing economies. While regulations guide, education and community involvement are crucial for shifting angler behavior towards sustainable practices. Our recommendation is to endorse the trout limit reduction, to support this with educational campaign on the benefits of catch and release, and to engage anglers in conservation through forums and workshops. MOGA is committed to these efforts, and we appreciate your consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Director, my name is Mike Bias, Executive Director of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana. It's good to be here. We appreciate the opportunity to comment. We provided fairly extensive comment on the original proposals that came out in March, and then subsequently provided additional clarifying comments on the proposals in September. And then with the, there's been several new amendments since then. Want to start with Proposal 3, the Western District Northern Pike Standards. FOAM remains opposed to the Western District Northern Pike proposed regulation. FOAM would support a Northern Pike regulation that has no daily limit and no possession limit. FOAM also supports Commissioner Tabor's amendment regarding spearfishing on pike in the Western District. With regard to Proposal 30, Swan River bull trout, we support that. We also support all Fish, Wildlife, and Parks amendments to provide protections for bull trout as outlined in the amendments. One of the big proposals, Proposal 47, Missouri River, Toston Dam to Canyon Ferry walleye. We supported this original proposal to harvest walleye in the river section from Toston to Canyon Ferry. We remain that the original proposal has great merit and that the spirit gets to the spirit of our concern in this section, which is trout management. That there's predation and recent predation as far as going back to 2017. Predation on walleye and juvenile trout migrating up from Canyon Ferry. And then that, is that it? Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Is there any way to turn the volume up a teeny bit for the mics in this room? All right, thank you.
Chair Robinson, my name is Frank Selassie. I'm the Montana Wildlife Federation. I'll just speak up. Maybe that would help with the microphone. I'll just speak very briefly to stay within the 2 minutes. We've submitted letters to a number of these fishing regulation amendments. Just to restate, we oppose the proposed amendment to reduce daily possession limits for combined trout in the western central districts to 3 daily and in possession. We fear risks infringing upon the opportunity for harvest-oriented anglers and subsistence anglers. We express our opposition to the proposed amendment, expanding open water spearfishing, brought forward by Vice Chair Tabor for the Northern Pike. We support the proposal to amend bull trout fishing regulations in the listed waters. And we oppose the proposed amendment to redefine single hook. We note that multi-hook lures, commonly known as treble hooks, pose a higher risk of injury and mortality to fish if the fish is meant to be released. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I think the biggest thing is to get the mic closer to your mouth for everybody, please.
How about this?
Perfect.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to comment. For the record, I am Scott Vollmer. That's Vollmer. And I come to you today as a fishing outfitter and the Vice President of the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. I won't belabor what my colleague just came up and talked about. You know us as an organization. Whenever we have a proposal, we first want to look whether it's biologically warranted. I want to talk about 2 things today. One in particular is the harvest regulations brought by Commissioner Walsh. And in the case of that, I think it's apparent that there is no immediate biological impact if that's put in place. Despite that, as my colleague said, we want to support that. And really for 2 reasons. The first reason is because our industry supports it. This came fairly quickly. There wasn't a way to kind of survey our industry, but independently, informally, what I did is I contacted a bunch of outfitters, most of them fishing outfitters, some of them fishing hunting outfitters, to get their idea of whether or not they would support this. And overwhelmingly, they said that they would. So that's the first reason. The other reason is we view it as a proactive measure, something looking for something that's forward thinking in the view of mounting fishing pressure. One thing that I thought of that possibly you could look at is we want to be sensitive to those who want to harvest fish. And there is a possibility that you could look at keeping that possession limit at 5 and changing that daily limit to 3. keep 3 fish one day, 2 fish another day. You have a nice dinner for the family. Also want to support Commissioner Walsh's amendment on the definition of a hook. And with that, I think I'm about out of time. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT. I represent Montana Trout Unlimited and appreciate the opportunity to join you this morning. I know that we're sort of right into the weeds of a couple of specific topics, but I wanted to take a step back and thank the work of department staff. This has been a long process. Vice Chair Tabor mentioned the fish plan process and then right into the fishing regulation process. Both a robust opportunity for those of us in the public and interested anglers to be able to be engaged in these conversations and to be heard. And I want to go back to some of the scoping process and public scoping meetings. There were a lot of regulations proposed in scoping that we had some great concern about. I want to, like, the Blackfoot is a great example that we think the department put some really great ideas out there. We appreciated stepping back and taking a harder look at those, and we'll keep working on those. But throughout that process, I just really want to commend the department staff for being responsive, bringing the science forward, and thank them. I know it's been a time of transition within fisheries, and we just want to say that we greatly appreciate that. In the regulations you see in front of you, a couple of things I want to highlight. There's a lot of really good regulations in here, and I want to stand up and support those. I think we're proactively dealing with an invasive problem with northern pike and particularly the Western District, and these regulations make a marked step forward. Also want to appreciate Vice Chair Tabor for bringing the underwater spearfishing. I've stood at this podium and said any way we can eliminate and reduce northern pike in the state of Montana is a good thing. So I think this regulation takes a comprehensive look on that issue. I think the cleanups across the board are important. I also want to speak to the spirit of adaptive management, and you see the principle of adaptive management rooted in the fish plan. The amendments you see brought forward in the South Fork of the Flathead that Vice Chair Tabor brought forward are a perfect example of where we are using data to adaptively manage our regulations, and I fully support those. So our comments are written. There's more I could speak to, but I just wanted to highlight and thank the department for their work here.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak? Okay. All right. What about the regional offices? I don't see anybody.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, this is Region 1.
Yep. Oh. I don't know that you're muted, but we could barely hear you.
Is that better? Can you hear us here in Region 1?
Nope, not really. I mean, can you turn your mic up a little bit?
Is that better?
No. Do you guys have any? Yes.
Is it better if I hold it up real close?
No, it's the same. So I don't know what's going on.
It sounds like they.
Oh, but we can't. Okay. All right. I guess we will come. I'll come back to the regional offices because they're having a little bit of trouble here. So do not let me forget you. So do we have any callers online?
Madam Chair, we do. We can start with Ron's iPhone. Go ahead, please, Ron.
Okay. I don't know if you're muted still. *6. Still can't hear anyone.
Ron, if you can hear us, could you unmute your phone, please?
Eric, can you put the screen so I can see the callers? I think. All right, so we are going to take a 5-minute break and come back to this. So anybody needs to take a little.
Test, can you hear us in region 1? Can you hear me, Pat, in region 1?
This is Region 5. I can hear Region 1. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yep. Thanks, Mike.
I almost was gonna just drive over there in about. Well, you only get to talk for 2 minutes. So I don't know if you-
I'm glad it's not on our. Yeah, I don't.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello.
This is Region 1. I can hear you. We can hear that in 6 as well.
Region 5 could hear.
Frank? Oh, good. Oh, yeah.
You put it.
I've
I've kicked the hornet's nest before, and sometimes it's not worth the fight. So, no, it was one of those things that the return on the investment of it was just not there. That's like you taught me there. We're going to be monitoring. The costs, like people who like to raise. Somebody has a bright idea in Idaho. All those grazers, all those. Next slide, thank you.
See,
A short meeting if we don't have any Zoom.
I know.
So it's crazy stuff like this.
Good.
This is the Atlanta. This is just that it was. It is. If you look at it, we can't even. You're looking at it. Like I said, if this is volume, I don't know. It's just mere fishing. I don't think so. Is there a master? It probably, so like, that's the Atlanta. So that's, so the other one's the Atlanta. There's the Atlanta stuff, there's the Atlanta pay out. But in between, this is coming down, that's the rest of it. So. Yes. If you start. I mean, legislative. Guess our elected leadership, I ran into, well, Southwest Personal this morning, ran in various areas. They're electing leadership, they have their leadership. You want to come to this caucus tonight? Yes. Right.
Huh?
We were getting all these.
So it is not part of your current.
Hello. Heard it better in the room.
Hello from the other side, you know, it's really funny, you know, the sincereness in his face. Sean the Elk is kind of looking around. What's on it? The father and daughter.
Yeah, I confirmed that with Adam.
Yeah. Another day.
So is it a No. Oh, that's right. Yeah, my son's looks crazy. Yeah, it's like, leave it here, bro.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Just buy my own tank.
I have a feeling it's leaving every
Check this. Region 5, can you try doing a check, mic check, please?
Region 5?
Thank you.
I start. Okay. Okay. All right, we are going to try to figure this out. I am going to back up a little bit though. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Walsh on his, I have it as number 6. Might not be the same as ever, but it's the one to remove that a lure with multiple hooks is still considered a single hook. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Robinson. My intent here was simply to clarify the definition of a hook and an artificial lure. And I accidentally read the initial amendment that I had made, which was overly simplified. And it worked with the department to improve the amendment. And so I accidentally did not read that when I made the earlier amendment. So I don't know formally, I think we need to retract the former amendment. And I would like to do that with the agreement of the seconder.
Okay. Yep, you were. Commissioner Tabor, you're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
And then to members of the public who voiced concern about this, I just wanted to make a couple of comments.
Do you want to go ahead and make your motion though first, please?
Yeah, if you'd prefer that. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission change the definition of a hook to a hook.
Hold on, you need to back clear up. Do you want your motion up above first before you have that bottom part, or is this the whole amendment?
This is the whole amendment, the entirety of it.
Go ahead.
A hook is a single, double, or treble point attached to a single shank or an artificial lure. An artificial lure is any item designed to attract fish. These include, but are not limited to, flies, hard plastic or wood lures, stick baits and plugs, soft plastic imitations, metal spoons, lead head lures, bladed lures, spinners, and spinner baits. Artificial lures are considered single devices regardless of the number of hooks. A lure with multiple hooks may not be connected to another lure.
Okay, your motion did not begin with, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission.
Okay.
Start at the top there.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission in the 2025-26 regs modify the definition of a hook to a hook is a single, double, or treble point attached to a single shank or artificial lure. An artificial lure is any item designed to attract fish. These include, but are not limited to, flies, hard plastic or wood lures, stick baits and plugs, soft plastic imitations, metal spoons, lead head lures, bladed lures, spinners, and spinner baits. Artificial lures are considered single devices regardless of the number of hooks. A lure with multiple hooks may not be connected to another lure.
Commissioner Tabor.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. All right, so any questions from the commission? And this is what was released to the public. This is not new. This is part of what was released to the public. It was just missed on the first motion.
Did you want to let him make his comment?
Yeah. Oh, did you have comments on that, Commissioner Walsh? Then go ahead.
No, I was just going to clarify that there were a number of comments made from the public about my involvement with Sims Fishing Products. I wanted to first clarify that I have not been involved in any way with Sims. I no longer have an ownership interest or management involvement in any way since 2022. And furthermore, I'd point out that Sims now addresses both the conventional fishing market and fly fishing. And I help lead the company in that direction. I've served on the board of the American Sportfish Association and the Recreational Boating and Fishing Foundation, both of which are mostly focused on conventional fishing. So the intent of this was not to eliminate the use of three treble hook crankbaits or similar lures, but simply to clarify the limitation of using two double hook rigs or two triple hook rigs on one line.
Any questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor.
And so for my part in participation in this, when I met with Region 1 Fisheries and then also talked to some folks in Helena, more than anything else, what I'm striving for is clarification so that our average, angler can grab the regs and it makes sense to them. what is and isn't legal, what's considered single hook, all that, because I think the feedback I've heard, it gets confusing fast with regards to how it reads. And so, I think the department has a very strong desire to add clarity so there can be no confusion in the field.
Okay, is there any other questions from the commission? I will allow the people that spoke before to have a few seconds to speak to this adjusted amendment, I guess if you would like to. And if not, I will go to the regional offices. You got to put the mic to your, yep. Thank you.
No travel. Oh, it helps if it's turned on. Sorry. So I still, the confusion still comes in that, are we limiting the number of hooks per artificial lure? In which case my original thought was that we were limiting that to 2 and that you can still throw, 2 nymphs, or a dry dropper. But in this current definition, as I understand it, we can still use treble hooks. We can have 3 treble hooks on a single artificial lure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a few seconds for the, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Clayton Elliott. Just a question of clarification. So this is one of these things that it's much easier to read than say out loud. Is the piece the department suggested on the amendment the right place to look? Okay.
Yes. Yep. So that is the exact language that he read. Okay. Yes.
I just couldn't quite hear.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you again for the opportunity to comment. Just real quick, we are supportive of, this is Scott Vollmer, for the record, VOLLMER, Vice President of Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. We are supportive of the department supplied suggestions in addition to Commissioner Walsh's amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else present? Okay. All right, we're going to go to the regional offices again. It looks like Region 5, you're up. So do you have any commenters for the fishing regulations? 2-minute time limit.
Madam Chair, yes, I believe we have 3.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Montana Fish and Parks Commissioners. My name is Doug Dreesen. I live out of the Valentine, Montana area. My comments are basically centered around the Central District because I fish the Yellowstone River and my wife and I have fished there for about 70 years. And I feel that the Western District and the Central District is definitely different on as far as fishing pressure. I've fished the Yellowstone River, Boulder River, and Stillwater River. Fish, Wildlife and Parks in the Billings area has done a lot of work there of centralizing the regulations so that there's no confusion, and it's curbed a enforcement nightmare because certain people fish the Stillwater, go down to Yellowstone, vice versa. I am not in favor of the proposal of Commissioner Welsh on the limits. I'm also not in favor of the proposal on the lure treble hooks thing because it's still confusing to me. I talked to different people within the FWP, and they're still confused about what is taking place here. Commissioner Walsh touched a little about Montana values and reducing the limits and that. I think in general, the Montana value is why we live here. To catch fish, if a person wants to keep a fish, so be it. About 13 years ago, there was a similar proposal. And we found out at that time that 2 to 5% of the people that fish kept fish. I would venture to say it's less in today's world.
Okay, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to
Okay. Whoever's next, please.
Push the button to talk.
You're good.
My name is Dale Ronghult. I live down on Prior Creek east of Billings. I fished the Yellowstone River since I've been 8 years old. I have a problem with the proposal by Commissioner Walsh. And I think it bases on the last statement that he put on there. He says Montana lakes and reservoirs, many of which are stocked, offer ample opportunity for anglers who wish to catch and keep up to 5 fish in a lake. What I see going on is the fact that he wants to tell me where to fish. And I don't think that's right. I think the opportunity for Montanans should be everywhere. The other problem I have is going against the department's regulations. If the biological, they say that you can take up to 5 fish, then why don't we listen to the people that actually study and look at it? As far as looking to the future, I understand that and getting ahead of the curve. But if it's not there, I'll give you an example about that. I can go up on the river fishing one day and I can see as high as many 20 boats coming down. And the majority of them, I would say 90% or greater, got 2 or 3 people in fishing and they're fly fishing. Okay. And that stretch of river that I fish up there, 4 or 5 miles, I may not see another angler on the bank. So if I keep 3 fish or 5 fish or whatever it might be when I'm up there that day, and they say it's a hot day and those guys are fly fishing, they ended up maybe killing more fish than I do. And yet he wants to remove me from going up on the river. And I don't think that's right. I think the opportunity has to be given equally to every Montana. Thank you for the opportunity to share my opinion.
All right. Thank you.
My name is Philip Gilbert and I'm from Laurel area. And we catch and eat fishermen feel a bond with the fish we catch. The fish gives up its life for us to feed our family. The fly fisherman only has their ego to feed. They torture the same fish time after time before it finally dies and floats downriver out of sight for food for a raccoon. If there's a problem with too many fish dying, then reduce the catch and release by fishermen. Other states limit catch and release events. Why don't we follow this and improve our fishing quality? We have a number of guides. They can enforce this with the people that they're guiding. As far as spearfishing for northern pike, most of the comments were that I was able to read said there is a problem that we don't have enough northern pike in area 1. That seems to be rather bizarre that that's what the comments would be, and that there's only a problem with too few northern pike. Don't forget that the reason we have a problem with invasive species is it was introduced to the many waters by anglers that didn't care about the consequences of their actions. Maybe there should be a regulation that releasing a northern is punishable by a citation. Sadly, our society has produced people that envy, resent their neighbor. I do my best to reel my line in when a boat is passing so we don't snag. I don't go upstream from a fly fishermen and cast minnows. I assume that we are all honorable people and do the right thing. And I think that divers should be allowed to enjoy their lifestyle and coexist with all other forms of harvesting game. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other regional offices who have someone who would like to speak?
Chair Robinson, can you hear us in Region 1?
Yes. Hallelujah.
Okay.
Yes.
Fantastic. I've got 3 members of the public here ready to speak. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Your name, where you're from. Yep. Good morning, Commission.
My name's Chancey Jeske, Kalispell native, born here. I worked at Snappy Sports Center for 27 years. I have my own tackle shop here. Very vested in the fishing community. Run a lot of fishing tournaments, just all kinds of stuff. The kids programs, all that. So right off the bat, I want to say I strongly oppose the underwater spearfishing by Chairman Tabor. One of the main reasons is there's already people that are spearfishing up here illegally. And I believe this is going to open up a can of worms for them to be able to go anywhere they want and spear not only pike, of course, but spear bass, which is happening a lot. It happens on Echo Lake. It happens on Lake Blaine. People are doing it illegal as it is. I don't see how enforcement is going to be able to catch these people doing it. We have some trophy fishery pike here, and they have been here for 50, 60 years. Some of these fisheries, we're getting 35, 40-pound fish almost. And the areas where they do show up, I know it's a mandate or whatever, where they have to be opened up. You can spearfish them like in Lake Marinan and Bull Lake and stuff, which I understand that. But these fisheries we have here now, I just think it opens up too big a can of worms. They used to be able to do it out on Echo Lake years ago, and it had to get shut down because people were spearing bass, other sport fish. So I totally disagree with it. And the other issue was the whitefish, the change in the limit from 100 to 20. I'm neutral on it, but we really have to, it seems like a lot of these things are coming through. They're not having the scientific data to support this stuff. Kind of like talking about the trout, the limit, lowering the limit. We need to see the data that supports all this stuff coming through, because a lot of people are against it and there's not a lot of data to support it. So with that being said, I appreciate you, commissioners. I appreciate the time that you gave me.
Thank you.
Hey, Commission. Josh Green out of Columbia Falls, fifth generation Montanan, and I oppose the underwater spearfishing as well. It just opens the door for those guys to harvest any fish they want. I mean, that's what it comes down to. They're gonna be spearing other game fish, and like Chancey touched on, I mean, we have trophy perch fisheries up here in our valley, and it's just gonna open the door for those guys to target any fish they wanna spear. And I don't think we have enough regulations and enough staff to monitor that and enforce those laws. So, I mean, with that, thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson, commissioners, my name is Jim Vachereau from Kalispell, Montana. On proposal 17 to open pike fishing in the lower Flathead in the spring, that closure is in place to protect spawning bull trout, which stage in that section of the river. And by the department estimates, there are approximately 3 bull trout per every pike, or as much as 5 to 6 bull trout for every pike. And in the same holes, and bycatch is unavoidable. And the statement was made that single hooks would reduce that bycatch. Well, later on, you're going to be asked to reduce fishing seasons and institute closures in the South Fork. In the statement by FWP on the lower South Fork of the Flathead, cutting 6 weeks out of the early season, migrating bull trout in the lower portion of the drainage are vulnerable. By shortening the season, the fish would be able to migrate to their natal streams without being targeted by anglers. Opening pike fishing in the spring in the lower Flathead would create the same conditions in the South Fork, and this despite the South Fork being under a single hook regulation for the last 4 years. That is not solving the problem. If pike were a problem in terms of spawning bull trout, all the spawning streams would be dropping. And I looked at the index streams for spawning. The Middle Fork streams are kind of staying the same. In the North Fork, 3 of the index streams are down. One's about even. In the North Fork itself has increased 300%. So problems with red counts are occurring in the forks and individual streams, not down lower. Proposal 22 is to eliminate the little bitterite kokanee limit of only 2/12. When mysis were introduced, it took about 20 years for a deep fishery for large kokanee to develop, and anglers started targeting them. Data at the time indicated only about 10% of the kokanee in the lake were over 12 inches. And so
Your-
it was simply an
Your
attempt.
time is up. Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you. Yep.
That's
All
all the
right.
comment in Region 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other regions with someone to comment? Okay. All right. We're going to try and see Kurt Went. You have your hand raised. We're going to see. Okay, you're on mute. Star 6 or unmute. Okay, go ahead. Let's try it.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Kurt Wendell, Wendl. Underwater spear fishermen are like any other sportsman. They want to enjoy and utilize the resource responsibly. Some of the opposition is called spear fishing easy, accuse users of being poachers, and expressed issues with user conflicts. Montana Wildlife Federation expressed opposition, even though they admit underwater spearfishing would have a limited impact. Even though they continue on to say spear fishermen would be in conflict with other users, contradicting other parts of their letter. All sportsmen must share the resource, even if it's not their preferred method. The resource does not belong to one particular user group. In regards to opposition expressing poaching concerns, this has not been an issue in Utah, Wyoming, Arizona, Nebraska, Arkansas, or Michigan. These states allow underwater spearfishing for all or some game fish. Even more states allow underwater spearing of rough fish without issue. The argument saying allowing underwater spearfishing creates more poaching could be applied to northern pike fishing, creating the opportunity for more bucket biology to occur. In regards to not having enough wardens, talking to wardens in several states now, they have said the most important tool they have anymore is social media. The poachers tend to advertise their crimes. All spear fishermen and women that I know are supportive of wardens enforcing the law and would not shy away from assisting wardens in preventing and prosecuting crimes. Of the states that have allowed underwater spearfishing for game fish, none have reported a change in harvest rates of rod and reel anglers after allowing underwater spearfishing, so the doom and gloom of decimating populations is unfounded. It is a management tool in the toolbox to prevent the spread of invasive northern pike. Contrary to what some angling groups say, underwater spearfishing is not easy. It is extremely physical, mentally taxing, and the fish are not just down there giving up. Spear fishermen and women enjoy the challenge of targeting fish in a unique method. In a way, it is the most basic
Thank you.
form.
Your time is up. Thank you. Next caller, Mark Fuller.
Commission, my name is Mark Fuller, and I'm a fishing outfitter in the Flathead Valley and Region 1 board member for the Fishing Outfitter Association of Montana. I'm commenting today to encourage the commission to approve all proposals that involve increasing harvest on northern pike in the 25-26 regulations proposals. Northern pike is an invasive species that is causing negative impacts on the native trout fishery that we are known for in northwestern Montana. Specifically, I would encourage the commission to pass Proposal 3, District Northern Pike Standards and Limits, as well as Proposal 17, Flathead River Boundary, and remove some exceptions to district standards. These specific proposals will hopefully help anglers make an impact on the pike numbers in our area. I would also like to comment on Vice Tabor's amendments for northwestern Montana open water spearing. I am in support of the spearfishing amendment, but believe there needs to be more specificity in the regulation. We should do everything we can to limit the harvest of other species with this method and make sure there are common sense precautions taken by people who choose to use this method for both safety and other angler conflict. I would also like to strongly advocate for the commission to pass all amendments regarding bull trout in the South Fork River and Hungry Horse Reservoir. This fishery is one of a kind and warrants all protections you can afford. Our competent and hardworking fisheries biologists have seen recent negative trends that have them concerned about the future of the bull trout fishery in this drainage. Whether it's angling pressure, weather patterns, or natural cyclical trends, this fishery warrants swift actions to help protect it. It is time to take action and implement regulations to ensure future generations can experience this amazing fishery like you, me, and so many other have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Mike Kennedy Jr.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes, I represent the National Freshwater Spearfishing Association here in the United States. I'm also on Team USA's freshwater spearfishing, and I help a lot of states open up to spearfishing. And I work a lot with pike, especially northern pike in Nevada, in Utah. They're like coyotes. You'll never get rid of them once they're in. We have a lake in Nevada we poisoned multiple times, dove back in there, pulling out 3 foot or more. Once they're in, they're in. You'll never get them out. And in spearfishing them, they'll just get bigger and bigger and bigger. I've done great studies on them with the biologists for the DNR officers, and it will never change the population. But Montana is full of hunters and full of fishermen. And what we've done here in spearfishing is we've combined it into one, where we're taking it underwater. You got to hold your breath, go down deep, handle the cold, stay calm, and get a fish. Most spear fishermen in a whole year may get a dozen to 20 fish, and that's including, shooting carp and other fish. So it's very hard to get a fish underwater. Right now we have Arizona, Arkansas, Utah, Wyoming, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Colorado and Nevada that all allow it. But education, yes, is a great thing. And if someone is poaching a bass or something else that you don't want, post big penalties on there, make them not to fish for a year, make them pay $150 fine or whatever it is. I am totally in with having rules and laws and regulations, but spearfishing is one of the funnest things to see the underwater world, especially getting kids off of the Nintendo and other things. And now they're picking up a fishing license and joining a sport. It's a new sport that's going out that a lot of people love, seeing the underwater world. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sam Hefferman.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I'm just a fisherman out of Missoula, born and raised Western Montana. I started spearfishing in the Clearwater Lakes about 3 years ago, and I've just fallen in love with it. Absolutely over the moon. And I've talked to some people online about the amendment proposed by Vice Chair Tabor. And most of the pushback I get is people who just don't want to, share the water with people in the water. But it's not like swimming's banned, and I think opportunity to access, natural resources and streams and rivers is something Montana's always been all about, access for everyone. And I think that that's what this is all about. You can't just, kick people out of the water because they're not doing the type of fishing that you prefer or that's traditional. And I'd really like to see it opened up to spearfishing for northern pike specifically. They've been a problem for a long time, as long as they've been in the water, and they do eat a lot of trout. Every time I cut one open, almost there's a trout in the belly. So just wanted to speak out in support of that as a local spearfisherman. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ian Wargo.
Yeah, afternoon, commissioners. Yeah, Ian Wargo. I'm a resident in Northwest Montana. I guess I've been kind of really trying to grapple back and forth with this spearfishing amendment. I am 100% supportive of application where we are trying to promote and enhance native fisheries, but then on the other hand, I really struggle in some of our lakes in Northwest Montana, particularly. I mean, if you start talking like Lake Blaine, Echo Lake, there's a lot of other warm water fisheries where I truly believe the highest and best use of those lakes is the warm water fishery and some of the trophy class recreational opportunities that the northern pike offers. So I guess in in this one's a tough one for me. Like I said, I feel like this warrants a little bit further discussion and, put out in a bigger public scoping process. Like I said, I'm not opposed to some of the benefits that would come from seeing, trying to help out our native fish populations, because that is incredibly important around here. But also, we have a phenomenal warm water fishery in some of the lakes around here, and I don't want to see that jeopardized, especially some of the bycatch stuff with bass. I've spent a lot of time with the snorkel on, and I guess I would say that I think these fish are going to be a lot more vulnerable to a spear than some of the other folks have indicated. So, like I said, just I see both sides of this one, but I could see it warranting a lot more of a public process and additional comment period. So I appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't see anyone else. Do any of the commissioners have any further questions or comments? Go ahead. Commissioner Brooke.
I was wondering if we could get the fisheries biologist from Region 3 on the phone. I had a question for him about the biological justification for a change in the bag limits, and also wanted to ask him, if he's listening, what affects the barbless hook versus the barbed hook has the gear restrictions for catch and release, and what effect
Region
that's had.
3 is what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Mike.
Okay. Go ahead,
Chair
please.
Robinson, Commissioner Brooke, can you hear me? I can't see us on the screen.
Yes, we can hear you perfectly fine. Thank you.
Okay. This is Mike Duncan. I'm the Region 3 Fisheries Manager out of Bozeman. Lot to digest there. I'll take a stab at the first one with the biological effects. And so what we've seen in the Region 3 waters are declines in a lot of the fisheries that have been referenced today, whether it's the big hole beaverhead fisheries. And we've identified water as the primary limiting factor there. Dating back more than 5 years ago, we started taking a deeper dive into those declines, developed a focus group over in Dillon that included commercial anglers and unaffiliated anglers to start to look at how we could potentially learn how we can affect these fisheries with the tools that we have available to us. We continue to work on water, but angling with support of the public and commission is one of the tools we can most easily manipulate. And so through that group, we developed adaptive management plans for the big hole beaverhead Ruby rivers that would allow us to work with the commission to propose certain angling regulations based on criteria outlined in each one of those rivers that can be found in the statewide management plan. And what it does is propose to institute certain regulations, whether it's catch and release, gear restrictions, when we meet certain criteria within our spring sampling. And so when numbers get really low, we would propose to institute catch and release regulations or other more conservative regulations in response to that, and do it in a way to where we can learn how we can move the needle with angling. What we found through limited creel data that we have in the region on those rivers, as well as the Madison, some reservoirs, is that harvest of trout in Region 3 in this part of the state is extremely low, especially right now in 2024 when the big hole beaverhead and ruby have catch and release regulations in place, mainly because of what came from that focus group in our adaptive management plans, that only a handful of fish are being harvested in those rivers. And so the way we currently have things in place, it allows us to address either biological concerns or social concerns on an individual basis. And we can do it proactively with these adaptive management plans. And what we found is that harvest to this point does not have a biological effect on most of these rivers. Water is driving the bus, and we're working on that. But we still have the ability, like Commissioner Walsh mentioned, to institute catch and release regs for social concerns or gear restrictions, being the barbless restriction on the Madison, that are largely social. The literature that I think I've shared with Commissioner Walsh and Commissioner Brook is pretty clear that a lot of those gear restrictions don't have biological effects, certainly at the population level. And so we continue to look at this on an annual basis and what biological effects are most limiting these populations, and we've come to the conclusion that it's water.
Just a follow-up question, Madam Chair. So a barbed hook in the fish has no different effect than a barbless hook?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Brook, the literature, we don't have any data yet on these rivers that directly assesses differences in gear restrictions. We just devoted about $3 million to MSU to work on studies that will look at gear restrictions on these fish in these rivers. But the scientific literature that's been published elsewhere, while there's not a consensus, is very clearly demonstrates there's not a biological effect for most of these gears when you're talking about hook type, number of hooks. It's not until you start getting into bait and some other angling techniques like that that you might see a biological effect. But barbless, multiple single, most overwhelming majority of the studies do not demonstrate a biological effect.
A follow-up question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Do you guys have any idea what the mortality is for catch and release?
It varies for a lot of different environmental reasons. I think the division earlier mentioned some studies that were completed on the Smith and Gallatin rivers here locally, and then that was primarily driven by temperature concerns. But there are studies from elsewhere. When water temperatures are relatively cool, being below the upper 60s, I think Region 2, Pat Sappel summarized it accurately that we're probably in the 5% ballpark, but certainly single digits, low single digits.
Follow-up question.
Yeah, go ahead.
But is it a higher mortality if you're closer to a hoot owl restriction or a higher water temperature?
Yes. Again, limited data, but the data that we have to work with those studies, once you exceed 70 degrees, water catch and release mortality increases substantially into the double digits and is quite high.
Thank you.
Commissioner Walsh.
Yeah, well, we've got Mike on the line. I just had a quick clarification question, and this is related to the test that we're running on the Madison. Mike, can you just clarify what percentage of the trout in the Madison River are displaying hook scarring?
Rainbows are approaching 30%. Browns, I believe, are about 15%.
Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, a follow-up for Mike as well. You mentioned the ability to adapt based on what you see in your spring counts. Is that something that's done? You guys are doing actively on an annual basis and being able to make those changes annually?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, yes. And I think we can demonstrate that with what happened last summer on the Big Hole. We had those adaptive management plans in place on the Big Hole, Beaverhead, and Ruby. And those, again, there's a lot to digest in each one of those, but based on spring sampling estimates hitting historical lows and dropping below criteria we had identified previously, We brought forth the emergency regulations for catch and release and some other restrictions on those 3 rivers, which through support of the commission, as well as the division and director's office, were enacted on an emergency basis. So we still have that ability. We would prefer to do it, it's easier on a 2-year basis because it makes it into the book. And it makes it a little more easier for the public to digest when we can make it into the regulations booklet, but we still have the ability to do it on an emergency basis when we see the need.
All right. Any other questions before I start going out? Okay, go Commissioner Tabor.
Madam Chair, just a couple of comments regarding the spearfishing. I guess what I'd like to say, I'm not opposed at all if there is a group that wanted to designate a body water. For instance, I heard Echo Lake come up. Not opposed to creating the exception for that. Basically, what we're trying to do is set a regional standard that we do it on all lakes and or bodies of water. But if there's a particular body of water or area that has other attributes about it, absolutely open to listening to that. The other part that was made by one of the commenters is, and this is, I guess, a request I'll make to the department. I think there are best practices in the environment of spearfishing, both on water and submerged. For instance, I'm a scuba diver, and I don't know of a scuba diver that doesn't carry a flag. It's basically part of your training, and you're required to do it. But it isn't a technical or necessary requirement for somebody that's a surface diver. It's smart, it's prudent, you'll protect yourself from boat prop or whatever. So I think it would make sense to create some educational materials. I suspect that some of these groups that are advocating for it would have a lot of materials where they could help the department in developing those guidelines. So I just wanted
First,
to
we have to pass it.
Yeah, I was just making a comment.
All right. We're going to start with amendment number 1. We'll go through the amendments and then we'll put the motion with the entire regulations as amended by what has passed. So number 1 is the Big Salmon Lake amendment. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I stuck the Big Salmon Creek as second. So next is the Big Salmon Creek. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Third is the amended fishing regulations on Hungry Horse Reservoir. Everybody on board with where we're at? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. The next one is the amended fishing regulations on the South Fork Flathead River. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, next we have the spearfishing. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Next one is Commissioner Walsh's hook definition. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. And the next one from Commissioner Walsh, the daily limit to 3 in possession. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay. So we have Commissioner Brook and Commissioner Siebel. Is there anyone else who was opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Okay. And then last one is my amendment to for the reporting All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, so the last one we have is your second amendment, Commissioner Tabor.
Madam Chair, I request to withdraw my amendment.
Okay,
I agree.
okay. All right, we have withdrawn the last number 9 amendment. So
Are we missing one?
what one are we missing?
The whitefish.
The 20 limit fish one.
Okay. Gotta find it. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that. So all those in favor of the, what are we calling it?
Flathead Lake whitefish.
Okay, Flathead Lake Whitefish Amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, so the next vote will be the 2025-26 fishing regulations as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, guys. All right, we are going to move into the next, I want to go through the wolf trapping regulations before lunch. It might take us in past noon, but I'd still like to get that out of the way before lunch. Thank you, everyone, on the fishing regulations. Thanks for your patience.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So,
I'm sorry.
This particular agenda item requires it with the commission's indulgence along with the public. There's a little bit of explanation beyond the proposal that we need to give here. So with the chair's permission, I'd look to Quentin and then Jeff to provide some context and background for where we are and how we got here before Brian goes through the actual proposal, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Director. Chair, am I on? Looks like I'm on. Yeah, just so to help everybody connect with the regulations that are already out, this commission acted on some wolf and some trapping regulations at their August meeting. That's the typical time that wolf and trapping is addressed by the commission. At that time, you may recall if you participated, we looked forward to October to finish some of the wolf details. The October commission meeting got subsequently moved to today. So we are rounding up the final pieces of wolf and some trapping regulations in today's presentations and ultimately whatever the commission adopts. That's how we connect all of those meetings, those conversations, today's proposals, and the commission's adoptions speak to the current season, the 24-25. Some of that season, as we all know, just trying to get everybody on the same page temporally, is ongoing. Some trapping efforts, some wolf hunting efforts are and have been going on. The proposals today and the adoptions today will speak to the season, the same season, the 24-25 season, fall 24, winter 25 season from this point forward. As we've brought details of the proposal forward to the public, subsequent conversations with staff and public comment, I just thought, again, to Director Temple's opening remarks here, we thought it prudent before we get to the literal components of the proposal, the pieces of the proposal that the department's here to represent, we thought it better to add a little bit more context, a little bit of the why, if I may. And with that opening, would look to Chief Legal Jeff Hendoin to help us understand some of the why behind the proposal that you and the public will be seeing here in a short order. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, the other kind of to align with what Quentin was just referring to is sort of, again, to explain the timing continuum of why we're here with this piece now. As you'll recall, when the regulations were set last fall, Those regulations were then taken and formed the basis for a lawsuit in federal court in Missoula, and the federal judge enjoined that particular set of regulations and ultimately set a limit on the trapping season from only January 1 through February 15th, and impose that time frame on a pretty wide swath of the state, getting all the way over out, as far east as Billings. So that set then the landscape for the wolf trapping season as it rolled forward into, the spring of this year. The department and the state appealed that decision to the Ninth Circuit that upheld that portion of the judge's order that said trapping is only going to run from January 1st to February 15th, but also told the district court judge that the scope of his order going as far east as he had done was overbroad. So as of the August meeting, when the balance of the regulations set for fur bear trapping and whatnot was set, we still didn't have clarity on where the judge was going to land on a new geographic scope, if you will, of the timing piece of the wolf trapping regulations. The other thing that happened, and we did get that clarity after the August meeting when you took action on the other pieces of the regulation package. But the other thing we got, so to speak, after that meeting, in addition to clarity on the geographic scope, was an express indication by the federal court that coyote trapping was going to become part of the subject matter of the lawsuit. There was not real clarity on that leading up to that point in time. So that's, at least from a strictly legal perspective, what sort of brings this full circle to you today, in the form of this recommendation, is a regulation package that is centered around what we know and what we've learned out of the federal lawsuit with respect to the geographic scope. It's been pulled back from where it originally was. And with respect to that dimension relating to coyote trapping and the need to have at least some regulatory structure around that. So that's from the legal perspective, sort of how we've gotten to where we are today.
Good morning. I don't get to say that very often, Madam Chair, members of the commission. With all of that context, a lot of the actions that the commission took, all of the actions the commission took at the August meeting are still in force and carrying forward. And so what we anticipated at this point in time, what we would be have the opportunity to present is essentially the season dates for wolf, and specifically for the trapping. And for that, our recommendation is that within the geographic zone identified by the federal court order, it would be January 1st through February 15th, and that would be 2025. One of the things I'll point out at this point is all of these recommendations that we're making today are part of the annual cycle. And so anything that the commission approves today will be bring back in August of next year for consideration again for the following year. So this is part of the annual segment. And so these will stay in place essentially through the year that we have, which would then end on like August 31st. And so September 1st would start a new trapping season. So January 1st through February 15th within the geographic zone identified by the federal court order for wolf trapping. It would also be outside of that area the first Monday following Thanksgiving, which would be December 2nd of 2024 through March 15th of 2025 for all areas outside of that. No floating dates. It would just be that would be the season dates. So with that, we're also recommending that there would be a free permit that would be required for any trapper who is trapping for any reasons, should they choose to pursue any predatory or non-game animal as a primary, that's the target. So if for whatever rationale, for whatever reason, they would be required to have that free permit. pre-permit would be available. And if yeah, that would apply to anybody who's targeting that. Now, if a trapper was targeting primarily a fur-bearing animal, marten or a wolf, out during that period of time, they would not be required to get that free permit. The free permit is designed for those who are targeting those predatory or non-game animals.
I'm just gonna question real quick. So, but they don't have to have a trapping license to hunt the predators, just the permit.
Madam Chair, that is correct. If they are targeting, this does not add a new requirement to them except for the free permit. And along with that, because it's not a trapping license, this doesn't invoke any of the trapper ed. So this is just a permit for those species. However, if someone is a licensed trapper and they choose to pursue coyotes as their primary target, then they would require this permit. And that would apply to trappers who are doing it for reasons for livestock protection, or any other reason that they might be there. If in the event that within this zone or anybody's within the state, if we were to inadvertently capture a grizzly bear, 48 hours following that, when the department becomes aware of that, then we would put in place some other regulations that would apply to those trappers who are, and this would be within the geographic zone, and it would be outside of the January 1st to February 15th dates. Between January 1st and February 15th, within the geographic zone, everything remains the same. But if we were to capture a grizzly outside of those dates, then we would invoke additional regulation that would apply to all trappers except those that are engaged in livestock protection. I'm sorry. If they're engaged in livestock protection, these additional regulations would not apply to them. And so, in addition to the free permit, any individual, and this allows for an enforcement officer to distinguish between trappers and what they're engaged in. If they are pursuing coyotes or predatory animals or non-game animals for livestock protection, they would be required to have a declaration upon them that would allow them to say, yeah, that this is why I'm doing it, and this exempts me from some of those regulations. If, for clarification, if a livestock producer was engaged in that, they would not be required to have that declaration on their person. They could declare it in their presence at that point in time. So there's if a grizzly were to be encountered, and the likelihood of a grizzly being captured, I mean, we've demonstrated this over the years, is extremely remote. It's like 0.0000 per trap night likelihood that a grizzly would get captured. So we don't anticipate the likelihood. However, if it were to occur, and again, this would be something as part of an annual adoption by the commission, and so this would not be in perpetuity. That this is for the next year. From the date at that point, a series of regulations come into play. It deals, and they're all detailed on the cover sheet. Foothold traps going to 5.5 inches as a maximum jaw spread. Snares not being allowed unless they have all of the activities, all of the features described. A breakaway lock device that keeps it at 350 pounds. That has to be at the loop, not at the anchor. has to be anchored securely in the top of of the loop on the snare, no more than 26 inches above the ground. If it's snow, then you're looking at the full weight of a trapper, their footprint, 26 inches above that. That largely concludes the items that we had to describe. I'm certainly open to any questions that the commission may have.
So I just, real quick clarification, I was asked to carry the amendment that would say what you're saying, that the owner or leasee would not have to have that declaration. So it's not part of the original.
That was,
and it's not called the
Yeah.
amendment also changed to a declaration.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
we kind of saw that as a clarification. We wanted to make sure that was explicit as part of our presentation.
Right. It'll be a separate amendment though. Yep. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Burke.
So there was a couple letters that we received from livestock producers saying that they wanted to have their name protected and not released to the public. And so on this part where you're saying that they trapping for livestock protection must complete and sign an affidavit identifying the producer's name, that the producer has provided permission for trapping activities to occur, and the county where the activity is. What is the point of that? I mean, and is that is that information released to the public?
So, Madam Chair, any information that we collect would be subject to a public records request. However, with the declaration, we want to make it real clear that the declaration is something that the trapper would have on their person. They provide that information on that declaration. We do not retrieve that declaration from the trapper. The only time that would be required to be presented to an enforcement officer is if they're encountered in the field, and especially if we have one of these things ongoing where we've had a grizzly bear and you're trying to determine the purpose of that person being there, they would have the declaration and they could simply show it to the enforcement officer. But we don't have that information. That's not something that we're collecting. So it would not be subject to a public records request.
Madam Chair.
And that is stated in the amendment.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And the amendment would clear up the objections from the livestock producers?
I think so. I mean, it says in the amendment that it would be carried by the person. It's not going to be submitted to the FWP. It's carried by the person.
Okay.
So their name would not be released even to FWP unless there was a reason to look into it.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Burrows?
Is the declarations only required for private? There is no livestock protection trapping outside of private property?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, excuse me. Livestock protection could occur on livestock or on leased land. So there are pieces of public land whereby a trapper could be operating to removing coyotes for livestock protection, and that could be occurring on public land. And so under those instances, that's where that declaration would probably be most relevant. We wouldn't be going on to private land in most instances.
Okay. So who is then signing the declaration? Is it FWP or the lease? It's the lessee that would be. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Because it would, I mean, you would not be signing it as a producer. You don't have to have a declaration if you're the leasee.
That's the producer.
Identified but not signed. Yeah. It would be the trapper. Sorry, I'm answering your question. It would be the trapper that signs the declaration. Did you read it? We got a copy of it. Yeah. Because they're certifying or swearing or whatever that they have permission, but the actual landowner does not even see that declaration.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Tabor.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the proposed additional trapping regulations and recommendations on trapping activities presented by the department, with all other aspects regarding prior adoptions included, except for those influenced by routine calendar rotation.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Siebel. Okay, then I am going to make a motion for the amendment. I move the commission replace affidavit with declaration, require the declaration to be carried by the person when trapping for livestock protection, and remove the declaration requirement for a person only trapping for livestock protection on lands that that person owns or leases and manages for livestock production.
Second.
Yeah, who was the second?
Either myself or Bill.
Okay, Commissioner Lane for a second. Okay, now questions or comments or clarifications?
Would you like another amendment at this point or?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move the commission amend the no setback required for fur bearers and wolves to the following. Region 2, Oliver Valley County roads closed to motor vehicle and OHV use during the designated trapping season. Roads seasonally closed to motor vehicles and OHVs but are lawfully open for over snow vehicles are included. Exceptions, and this is maintaining current setbacks of 50 feet fur bearers and 150 feet for wolves at Forest Service Road number 429, known as Lost Horse Creek, Forest Service Road number 468, Nez Pierce Pass Road, State Highway number 38, known as Scalco Pass, and Forest Service Road number 75, known as Scalco Rye.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Tabor. Okay, any more questions or comments? All right, thank you. I guess I just want to make a clarification too. We are not talking about quotas. So if you have comments on the quotas, that would have to come under items not on the agenda at the end of the meeting. So this comments I'll be taking are for this motion. Anyway, go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
And maybe I can do it at the end, but I would like to just give a little bit of rationale behind my proposal.
Oh, sure.
I'd be happy
You wouldn't
after public comment as well if they'd rather.
Go ahead if you want.
Okay. So a little bit of the rationale, we had the trapping season significantly shorted through judicial action. Worked with a group of stakeholders, including the Forest Service, to identify these 4 primary roads that are high recreation use. Because some of the comments were, especially possibly targeted at those roads that these are groomed for cross country skiing. They're close to high recreational use areas. So I did work with our Bitterroot National Forest Service to identify some of these roads that would potentially lead to conflict between trappers and recreationalists. So just a little bit of background on what I did coordinating with some of the trappers, the Forest Service to identify these high use areas, and then rationale, that there was some accusations, I guess, that it was benefiting the trappers, and I'll have to agree with that. This amendment, there's no question about it, is beneficial for trappers. I think it's going to it should help increase the efficiencies of the trapping and the trap checks, that's the rationale behind what I did and some of the background on information that I got to propose the amendment. And I guess I would say that there's also some precedent for similar amendments. We have Sanders County in Region 1 that has very similar language with removing setbacks and then exempting out high use recreational areas.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mark Cook, C-O-O-K-E, and I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. I want to respectfully remind everybody that wolves were delisted. Delisted means it's a political tool used to remove wolves from the Endangered Species Act. It doesn't mean by any sense of the word that they are biologically recovered. This rolls me into IPOM. The way Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is using IPOM is nothing. IPOM is a tool that the way that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is using it is a tool to estimate the distribution of wolves in Montana. It's not an estimate of the population of wolves in Montana. So my point is this. They were delisted politically, which we believe is wrong. Then you have IPOM, so Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is counting wolves incorrectly. So we don't really know how many wolves we have, although the department is hell-bent on coming up with a number of 1,100. It doesn't hold water.
Do you
Wolves that
have
are-
comments on the, because that's to do with quotas?
Yes, I'm rolling into that now. Wolves of the Rockies does not support the trapping or snaring of wolves and other large or small carnivores. When is the leadership at FWP, including the commission, going to start taking into account that the non-consumptive community and visitors want to see wolves? Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Director, Commissioners, I appreciate this opportunity. My name is Justin Webb, WEBB, here representing the Foundation for Wildlife Management. I had a couple of questions, concerns about the presentation. In the public scoping sheet, it clearly states that the licensed trappers or pre-licensed trappers are required to additionally have the supplemental license. And then in addition to that, in note 3 at the bottom of page 2, in the supplemental document there, it also states that these changes do not fall under the annual review process and that would require change for this proposal to be edited going forth. So confused about that. First off, I'd just like to state that Foundation for Wildlife Management very much appreciates the department's effort to gather trapping data. This data is the key to defending trapping as the targeted management tool that it is. However, we cannot support the secondary license requirement for already licensed trappers. There must be a more productive means of gathering the much needed data. Secondly, for Commissioner Burrow's amendment, we at F4WM support the amendment as proposed, and we thoroughly appreciate Commissioner Burrow's research, his effort to maximize trapper opportunity while continuing the effort to minimize land user conflicts by excluding the roadways being utilized by other land users during this time frame. All too often, trappers are unjustly viewed as the cause of all land user conflicts anytime that they arise, and we hope that it's noted that trappers have no interest in land user conflicts. That's the last thing that a trapper wants while trapping on the landscape. And trappers also have just as much right to utilize our public lands as any other user group. Our hope is that other user groups would be willing to make concessions to avoid conflicts just as much as trappers do. Lastly, I just wanted to make a comment on just thanking Commissioner Brook for pointing out the importance of biological-based management over social management. We hope that the commission maintains that policy in regard to all wildlife management, including wolves, as the commission is charged with management oversight within the confines of Montana. Thank you for what you do for sportsmen and wildlife.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm Rayleigh Honeycutt with the Montana Stock Growers Association. First, we would like just to commend the department for their efforts to put forth solutions to try to get grizzly bears to a state-managed species. We as well are interveners in the case that was mentioned to you early and definitely have an interest in this regulatory regulations. Wanted to highlight 2 areas that are of concern for us that we've mentioned in our written comments. One is the now declaration. While we feel that the amendment that Chair Robinson brought forward alleviates a lot of our concerns, we would like to see the elimination of landowner name completely. That can be done in 2 ways. One would be to assuming that all trapping is for livestock protection and identifying those who are recreating and having the recreational trapper identify themselves. or two, just eliminating the declaration altogether. As you heard, now that we've taken landowners out of it, we're probably looking at a small subset. We could eliminate that. And that 40-hour rule, the likelihood of that going into place will be very small, as the likelihood of bears being trapped over the last couple decades has been very small. The second thing I wanted to hit on quickly is our organization would like to see a sunset put in place. We recognize that these will be reviewed annually. However, we do have a pending decision from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service regarding the grizzly bear delisting that is anticipated to come out in early 2025. If that was favorable and the bears would be delisted, this regulation would still be in place and kind of a moot point. So would ask for your consideration in that. And finally, just wanted to express our appreciation again for the commission taking this thoughtfully and trying to make it the least amount of barriers possible for livestock and landowners, as well as our partners in the trapping community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak?
Chris Kalorn, Madam Chair, Commission, Chris Kalorn, Outdoor Heritage Coalition. We highly support Jeff's proposal for the exemptions. Appreciate all the work you've done there. We do oppose the extra license. Number one, it could be fee-based. Number two, it's confusing. Number three is that it's a free thing that you collect. Can't really understand the data collection besides number of trappers on the landscape. I don't know how it's also going to reduce incidental takes, because that person needs to still know to report those incidental takes. And since they don't have a trapper's license, they don't have education, could be the hired hand's kid, 8-year-old, has a coyote trap out there. So we think it also reduces the opportunity for trapping, even though it's a free license. Just because what's the fine if you get caught without a free license? So there must be something to do with that. I have no idea, but it's making trapping more cumbersome, more red tape for everybody. I would highly suggest having a trapper's harvest report or something like that if you want to move forward with data collecting on incidental take. But thank you for all you guys do and appreciate you.
Thank you.
Hi, Commission. Thank you for the time to speak today. My name is Dr. Debbie Goebel, and I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. I'm here in person because of my passion for wolves and for doing the right thing. I'm a surgeon, as well as an American taxpayer and part owner of public lands and the wildlife therein. I am speaking out against the killing of America's wolves in Montana. I urge you to listen to conservation scientists who should guide the decisions regarding Montana's wolves. It is merely your governor's opinion that wolves should be slaughtered, and his stance is not rooted in science-based conservation. Humans unjustly dominate and conquer wild things, but wolves do not need human management. To think otherwise rationalizes the bloodlust of their hunting and trapping. And I reject the phrase wolf harvest. Wolves are not bushels of corn, but creatures who experience pain, joy, fear, and have families like we all do. What you call harvest is slaughter, and using traps to kill wolves is unacceptable. Reveling in the terror and suffering of a trapped animal is sadism, which should not be condoned in our modern day society. Behold the beauty and intrigue of a wolf. I actually feel sorry for wolf haters who resist understanding the magic of these incredible animals. You are missing out. They deserve our respect and protection, not hatred and torture by traps. My hope for Montana is that moving forward, there is evil will be empathy. From sadism will bloom compassion. From ignorance will come enlightenment. Commissioners, please take a look at yourselves and ask yourselves, are we doing the right thing destroying such magnificent creatures? The answer is no. The answer is no.
Thank you. Is there any further commenters?
Commissioners, Madam Chair, Director Temple. My name is Bob Shepard, SHEPPARD. I live in Ovando. I've been hunting, trapping, and fishing in Montana for over 60 years. I'm opposed to the regulation on the affidavit or document, whatever you want to call. I was involved in the initial discussion with trappers and the FWP on these trap issues. I have two papers here. The first is a copy of the initial agreement that we made, begrudgingly with FWP. The second is the final that was presented to the livestock producers. They're not the same. Without going into an in-depth dissertation right now, the issue of trust of the leadership was brought up by me, I might add. I've been involved in these issues for over 40 years. Due to the changes made and discrepancies apparent, I perceive a lack of transparency in this issue. I believe that it will only add more restrictions and paperwork that is unnecessary and will add more complications for trappers, hunters, landowners, and livestock producers in this state in the future. I think it'll only make it worse. Thank you for your time and your efforts. I wouldn't trade places with you for nothing.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Jim Bell from Bozeman. This is unusual for me, but I'm going to support the wolf trapping dates from January 1 to February 15 in compliance with the federal court order. I also support the predator and non-game trapping regulations inside the geographic area identified by the federal court order. And I strongly support the new regulations that would be effective 48 hours after the FWP is aware of the capture of any grizzly bear. I do, however, oppose the borough's amendment reducing setbacks in Region 2. To quote the department, as the department states, setbacks reduce both incidental capture and non-target species and social conflicts with recreational non-trapping users of public lands, end quote. And additionally, I can't think of any reason to object to the FWP amendment carried by Chair Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, members of the commission, Chris Morgan, Montana Trappers Association. First off, I want to thank you for the department meeting with us earlier in the year to discuss this, and also now the opportunity to discuss it again. I was under the understanding that the livestock producers were the ones who wanted the livestock affidavit whenever I wrote my public comment. Turns out afterwards that that was not the case. And now the additional documentation, I think, is a little bit confusing. I mean, realistically speaking, if we're going to be having this document on a trust basis type situation, why can't we just talk to our wardens potentially and let them know that we're doing that? The whole thing to me kind of seems a little confusing. Also, I do have some concern whether or not the department can issue the free permit for coyotes because they are predators and the department doesn't necessarily have jurisdiction over them. I do believe the rest of the proposal is very well, and I do support Commissioner Burrow's amendment. I think a lot of time was put into that. At first, I wasn't necessarily against it, but I didn't know if I was on board with it. But after seeing what they have done to eliminate, public interface issues, I definitely do support it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Don't want to arm wrestle in front of the commissioner. Good morning, Chair Robinson, members of the commission. My name is Carly Johnson, Karli, and I'm with the Montana Farm Bureau Federation. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. We commend the department on coming up with what we feel like is a workable compromise, but it was indeed a compromise. And our members definitely do take pause about the potential of private information getting out there. And we appreciate Chair Robinson's amendment to help address that. As you can see, trapping is a controversial topic that absolutely merits public discourse, but these conversations should not be on the doorsteps of ranchers that are engaging in legal and responsible activities to protect their livestock. With that said, it is a compromise, so there are things that we appreciate about it. We appreciate that it could potentially move us closer to state management of grizzly bears. We appreciate that there's an annual review, and we will get to have this conversation again. And hopefully, as we have more data, we can drop off some of those regulations. We appreciate the livestock carve out and the recognition that trapping is a critical tool for livestock producers on the landscape. And we appreciate that it's limited in geographic scope. So with that, thank you for your time, and thank you for considering agriculture's perspective.
Thank you.
On paper, Montana Fur Harvesters. Appreciate we worked with the directors and Fish, Wildlife and Parks on coming up with some of these proposals, and we do support it. I'm kind of like uncommitted, I guess, or unsure. Whatever we do, we're not going to fight you. Do support the amendments, and hopefully with our new administration in the federal government, some of this stuff won't become necessary in the future. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cassandra Reidig. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. My entire family supports Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks, and we have every type of wildlife in on our place, and we enjoy them all. I implore Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks to promote hunting and trapping practices that are ethical, responsible, sustainable, and in the best interest of all Montanans. I'm just looking at your mission statement up there, and you say you have to support the non-consumptive. Okay, because even though we buy fishing licenses and hunting licenses, the general public also supports Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. And I would like to adjust wolf and carnivore trapping to benefit both the consumptive and the non-consumptive Montanans. Wolves and other wildlife are tremendously valuable to us in the ecosystem they support. There is no reason to manage wolves that do not depredate on livestock. If hunters and trappers do so for fur, the season should start November 1st when the pelt is worth some value. It shouldn't start way back in September. And this waste is obvious in the event at Yellowstone where 4 wolves were shot. I know you said not talking about the wolf management unit in 313, but the 5th wolf was gut shot and left to die a painful death, I'm sure. We can't have stuff like this going on. If it's quota, it's a quota, and it's left to suffer. The closing date in wolf season does not serve the reproductive cycle of the wolf or any other canid in our state. They breed in February and give birth in April. So if you kill the mate that is providing food, you lose the entire reproductive cycle for that animal. I'm sorry, I'm gone.
Thank you.
Are we going to have a separate time to talk about Jeff's?
No.
I do not approve of it. I think we should err on the side of caution.
Thank you.
This thing is on. Is it on? Must be.
It's on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Commissioner,
fellow commissioners. I'm Jeff Dara. I'm the executive director of Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. And when this proposal came out, I got a lot of phone calls from our members from all over the state, landowners especially, concerned about the affidavit, now called a proclamation. I seem to understand it now. I didn't understand it an hour ago, but I seem to understand it now. We do support Commissioner Burrows' setback amendment. We think that's a wise thing. It was looked at thoroughly, a lot of input on it. We think it's a good thing. As far as the proposal to have a free license for coyotes, currently per statute, coyotes, striped skunks, spotted skunks, and weasels are defined as predatory animals. The department doesn't have authority over predatory animals. So asking for a license for that, we don't see where they have the authority. Requiring a license and an affidavit for a classified predator species that FWP doesn't currently manage for a species that they hope to manage seems a little ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, name's Jeff Reniker. Thank you for your time. And thank you
A little bit closer to the mic, please.
thank you for your time and thank you for letting us comment. As a fourth generation resident and a livestock producer in the impacted area, I strongly support the amendment as proposed and appreciate Commissioner Burrows' research and his efforts to maximize trapper opportunities. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you. Are there any further commenters present?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Casey York with Trap Free Montana out of Ravalli County. It's smoke and mirrors, but keep in mind who and what is driving the bus. A free supplemental permit, yet no license is required for trapping predators and non-game, which is legal year-round, unlimited, and reporting is not mandated. Trap and snare modifications will only apply after a grizzly is known trapped. But since we have no required trap check other than 2 limited exceptions, the grizzly could be trapped a week or more. And this only applies within limited dates and within the geographic scope ordered by the court. Even then, trapping for livestock protection, whatever that means, is excluded. Despite evidence grizzlies are getting trapped in smaller traps as well, the fur bearer trapping season dates are not adjusted accordingly. The grizzlies expanding, publicized by FWP, are completely forgotten and omitted in these proposals. Best management practices are recommended for trapping, but absent is the fact they were based on 24-hour trap checks. Science shows the longer one is trapped, the greater the injury and subsequent death. Yet proposals do not require 24-hour or at least daily trap checks. And in my 15 years of experience, FWP repeatedly stated they do not have jurisdiction over predatory animals and that they are under the jurisdiction of Department of Livestock. This begs the question of authority and enforcement. Therefore, we find these proposals prioritize trappers at the expense, significant expense of grizzlies, and are highly disingenuous to the public. The setback removal amendments adds insult to injury, permitting injurious and deadly traps and snares secreted directly on more public lands coveted for their use. People that are heavily involved in outdoor recreation in Ravalli County say 16 trails, 16 public roads will be impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further commenters?
Still good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Madam Chair, Will Israel with Montana Outfitters and Guides. I just want to stand and say we appreciate the hard work and efforts on predator management with the department, with the commission. It's pretty fantastic to see these efforts. And I go back to a meeting in June where Commissioner Burrows mentioned that, and I'll paraphrase, predator management is ecosystem management. And so when it comes to managing the big game species and all the different species that exist within each one of our regions, predator management is key. I also appreciate the hard work of the additional organizations, Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife, our Federation for Wildlife Management, our Montana Trappers Association, and other organizations that really understand the importance and the effectiveness of trapping when it comes to effective predator management within each one of these regions. And Commissioner Burrows, we support your amendment. We think that your grasp on the subject is exceptional within the commission, and we thank you for your hard work. We do have a question when it comes directly to the additional permit. And as already mentioned, coyotes are not a regulated species within the department. And so we currently have licensed trappers who are abiding by regulations. They're abiding by the rules, the code, and the ARM. And so by applying an additional license or permit, however that term is, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And so we oppose that. With that, thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters? Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission, director. I had a whole thing made up and it doesn't fit anymore since we're not talking about certain things. But I would like to go on record as opposing the extra licenses. We already have a spring survey and a spring meeting where we survey after the season and a spring meeting where we get together, we talk with the biologists and whatnot. Any information that the department needs, we're more than happy to help and fill out on that. I'm opposing creating extra paperwork that's not necessary, whether you want to call it an affidavit or a declaration, doesn't really matter. I would encourage the commission to eliminate any references to the coyote trapping. There's too many 6-inch traps in use. There's some of the best traps made in the United States, and a lot of people are using them. You're coming up with a regulation that's right in the middle of their season that they would have to go out and pull their 6-inch traps and modify them or whatnot. It just isn't feasible to do it. I do support Commissioner Barrow's amendment. Setbacks are a really good, a real big problem for trappers and whatnot. I think you should simplify the regulations with a 50-foot setback on all roads that are open for vehicular traffic. If the road's open, a 50-foot setback allows a person an opportunity to exercise their dog. Basing the setback on which animals is target is not being fair to the public because there are traps within 50 feet of the road. Unfortunately, the rebuttal to the Commissioner Burrows amendment said that, people are accustomed to this longer setback, but that's only for the wolf traps, and it doesn't include the coyote traps that are going to be there. If the road is closed, there should be no setbacks. Why does it matter if that road was open 2 or 3 months ago? How is anybody supposed to know if it was open? Not all gates have signage to let us know if it was supposed to be open or even if it was. A few years ago, the commission
Thank
approved.
you, but your time is up.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further commenters?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Directors, thank you for this time. Robert Johnson, Lake Home, Montana. First thing I'd like to discuss is the proposed amendment by Commissioner Burrows. I'm in full agreement of that. No setback in Region 2. The next is the predator non-game animal trapping inside that court-ordered area. I'm opposed to any further paperwork for that discussion. The 48-hour after a grizzly bear has been trapped, if he's released safely, I don't think that this is a problem. We don't shut down highways because one gets killed on the road. If a grizzly bear gets released safely, that's one thing. If he dies from being in the trap, that's another discussion. But I don't think it's up for that much there on that. If we do have to do paperwork for the Department of Agriculture's non-target animals, I agree with the commission to replace the affidavit with a declaration for on that livestock land. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further commenters present? Okay. Do we have anyone in the regional offices? Looks
Chair
like
Robinson, can you hear us in Region 1?
yes.
Okay, we've got one member of the public here to comment.
Okay, thank you.
What is it? Is it morning or afternoon? Either way, good morning. My name's Tim Viano. I own and operate a predator management nonprofit here in Montana. I am 6th generation, raising the 7th on my original homestead, livestock producer. And I appreciate the fact that you are giving us a chance to protect our livestock. Thank you. I support the affidavit. I oppose the free license. I don't think all the kinks are worked out of that yet. When wolves were reintroduced, we were told that they would target buffalo in Yellowstone ecosystem. Now that wolves have exploded across the state heading east, they are threatening our most valuable resource and one of our biggest economical values of Montana, and that's ranching. And we got to face it, we don't have 150 million buffalo running around for these predators to eat. So where are they going to go? They're going to turn to livestock. It's only natural. We're going to have major conflicts if we don't manage them. I oppose the setbacks, and I strongly oppose getting rid of 6-inch traps. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any other regions that have someone who would like to speak?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, this is Warren Hanson, Wildlife Manager from Region 3. We have 2 members of the public here to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good morning, Director, Chair Robinson, and Commissioners. Helena Edelson, representing Large Carnivore Fund based in Gardner. The proposed wolf trapping dates outside the geographic scope, December 2nd to March 15th, won't prevent grizzlies from being trapped because they can be active until the end of December and as early as March 1st. For example, I was seeing grizzlies by March 3rd this year, and we've already had more grizzlies killed than ever before. For this reason, we recommend dates for outside the scope be the same as inside the geographic scope identified by the federal court order, meaning only January 1st to February 15th. You still retain trapper opportunity and can lower the number of grizzlies trapped. But the proposal proceeds to horse trade with trappers and encourage them to avoid setting traps if grizzlies are in the area. There's nothing enforceable in this language. In any area grizzlies are observed or tracks identified, immediately close these areas, make it unlawful to set traps, add enforceable penalties to deter this, and we oppose any removal of setbacks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christina Gaylor, K-R-I-S-Z-T-I-N-A. I'm a research assistant of the American Canid Project and a manager of a business in Silvergate, Montana. Dear commissioners and Madam Chair, I want to thank you for a minute for time. I just would like to express many of our thoughts that traps and snares are not species specific, and other animals that are not intended to be trapped are and often left to suffer and die in horrible remain. These animals are not only intended species, but also animals in the endangered species, just as we have been talking about Grizzlies Act and grizzlies. We now have access to modern technology that allows people to observe and share anything in either social media or the reality of these methods, even locations, within minutes or hours with society, who are enjoying the wild open spaces more often. We're only talking about here, as we just heard in the last few minutes, about livestock and livestock owners, but this is not only about livestock and livestock owners. We have open spaces with a lot of public lands, with public who have access to enjoy it. Just because we are working and can't attend these meetings doesn't mean that they don't care. We care about this very much and know you have your job, but you are representing us also, not only Trappers Association or Cattle Association. You need to listen to the majority also. This agenda and method has to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other people in regional offices who would like to speak? Okay, I'll start with online. Stephen Capra, if you would like to speak, please.
I would. Commissioner and commissioners, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. A couple of things to say right off the bat. You know, we're listening to a number of people testifying today that in many countries in the world would be jailed for what they're doing. So it's not a level playing field. Trapping is outrageous to many people. Second, I was struck by something that you said earlier. I remember during the fishing debate earlier this morning, one of the commissioners got up and made the point that, you know, I want to leave something. I don't want to leave things a mess 5 or 10 years from now for my children. And I see one of the commissioners walking out of the room as I'm speaking. It's clear to me that you don't have that same value that you have for fishing that you have for wolves and grizzly bears. And maybe it's time you tune into that, because we all know the science you're using is junk. And we know that you're not doing what's in the best interest of this wildlife. Finally, we've had a number of livestock producers get up. Just a reminder, livestock producers, it is not a right, but a privilege to graze on public land. That land is shared by all Americans, and we want all wildlife on those lands. We don't limit it. You know, everybody takes a risk in their job. You need to take the same risk, and you need to abide by it. Finally, on the concept you brought up, I strongly support another layer of stuff for trappers as it pertains to coyotes. Filling out one piece of paper is not too much work, and it needs to be done. And we need to move away from this slaughter of a beautiful creature that, it was said earlier, feels pain, suffering, and joy. Trappers have no right to dominate our public lands. They belong to all Americans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Reen Hersey? You are muted still.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Hello, commissioners. This is regarding the removal of setbacks and a couple more comments. You're functionally ignoring the million residents of Montana and scores more across America who are calling for reform of wildlife management of wolves toward coexistence and using non-lethal tools, as you cater and give unlimited access and control to a couple thousand trappers who by trapping a wolf deprives the American people of ever having the opportunity to see that wolf running free again. Everything about your trapping season violates ethical management of an essential species, and it's just plain wrong to kill during wolf breeding season and target pregnant females. I travel into the GYE to watch wolves and grizzlies, but the way Montana aggressively pursues wolves, many of the wolves I yearn to see in the wild, I will never see, because you allow trapping, snaring, baiting as an attractant and more. And the moment they cross park boundaries with no buffer zones, they are good as dead. WMU 313's over limit 5 Yellowstone wolf kill is testament to that fact. And now you propose reducing setback restrictions on public lands while not requiring signs or orange flags to alert families, hikers, and people walking their dogs around trails where traps and trap lines have been set. This borough's amendment flies in the face of the multiple use agenda for public lands and right of ways. I oppose it. Why do you hold fast to lethal trapping practices which can maim and terrorize not only wolves, but smaller animals, companion animals, and endangered species too? Trapping should be closed wherever grizzlies have not denned or have emerged earlier than February 15th. Checking traps every 12 hours should be the law. Where is any concern for the public safety?
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, Christopher Savine. Oops, sorry. Stephanie Farrick. We'll go with Stephanie first, please. Yep, go ahead.
You can hear me? Okay, great. Hello, commissioners. I strongly oppose the amendment proposed by Commissioner Jeff Burrows that reduces protective setbacks. Montana Department of Fish and Wildlife and Parks does not support this either. We have a very outdoorsy and active culture here in Montana, and that is during all times of the year. I specifically love to snowshoe and backcountry ski. I take my dogs with me when I get the chance. Nothing is more peaceful and serene than being in the remote white covered forest. It is my happy place, and it relieves me of the stresses of everyday life. I work a 9 to 5 for a gas and electric company, and I have an 8-month-old at home. My entire experience would be ruined by having to worry about my dog stepping in a trapper's snare or seeing or hearing the cries of a distressed animal in a trap. Public lands are meant to be safe for all of us to enjoy at all times. This amendment by Burrows puts the public at risk. How is that fair? Trappers already are allowed to trap, so why do they need to infringe on our safety on public lands? I, as an American, have the right to recreate on any public route I choose. My safety or my pet's safety should not be in jeopardy. Our public lands are already littered with snares, traps, and bait sites. I would like a 24-hour trap check. I support reporting of non-target capture and a limit on how many traps a person can set. It's mind-blowing that someone can set as many traps as they please and catch non-target wildlife and not be required to report it. Traps wreak havoc on our wildlife populations. There is zero accountability and transparency. There are very few activities in our country that are so unregulated. And what do trappers do with this fur? I was shocked to find out that Montana is one of 2 states that allow trappers to export wolf pelts to be sold to international fur markets in Russia and China. This is the most un-American act I have ever heard. The idea that trapping tens of thousands of native wild animals, that they have no impact on our environment, is preposterous. This is very short-sighted thinking, not taking into account future generations. I care about the future, my daughter's future. This is an ethical dilemma. So please consider the majority of us who love our native wildlife. They want our children to have the same opportunities to see these wild animals as us, and want our wilderness and public lands wild. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Christopher, you need to unmute, please.
Okay. My name is Chris Servine, Servheen. I'm testifying on behalf of the Montana Wildlife Federation. Thank you for this opportunity. Regarding the trapping regulations, a section of the regulations appears to require changes in trapping equipment only after a grizzly bear has been documented to have been captured after September 11th. These proposed regulations read as if there have been no grizzly captures in snares or leg-hold traps documented in Montana, which is incorrect. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has records of at least 17 grizzly bears reported and documented to have been incidentally captured in wolf traps and coyote traps. 6 of these were captured in coyote traps in Montana. These records are only a portion of the total number of such grizzly captures and such traps and snares, because the majority of these bears probably leave with these snares on their neck, and they chew the snare and leave, or they leave with the trap and there's nothing to report. Another section of the regulations says that trappers are encouraged to avoid setting traps if grizzly bears are observed in an area or if grizzly tracks are identified. It seems that if the intention of the commission and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is to reduce incidental captures of grizzly bears by wolf trappers, there should be a regulation that says that wolf trappers should not set in places where grizzly bears are seen or documented. The Montana Wildlife Federation recommends that this wording be changed to require that trappers do not set in areas with evidence of grizzly bears. And regarding Commissioner Burrow's regulation, existing Fish, Wildlife, and Parks records of incidental captures show that over the past 5 years, there have been 306 records of reported non-target captures of animals in foothold traps and snares and conibear traps in Montana. These are likely only a very small portion of the actual number of such non-target captures during this 5-year period. Of these 306 non-target captures, at least 123 were
Thank you for your
domestic
comments.
dogs.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lon. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Lon Otteson. That's Ottosen from Fairfield, Washington. As an American and part owner of our national forests, I oppose Commissioner Burrow's amendment. Trapping on public lands that belong to all 325 million of us is outrageous at best. That said, trapping and snare setbacks during wolf and fur bearer trapping season on public lands should be increased rather than reduced or eliminated. Public notification and signage requirements should also be implemented and expanded. The public has a right to know what is happening on our land, and we should feel safe from human-caused hazards such as traps and snares. As you know, Bitterroot National Forest spans over 1.5 million acres. The public enjoys cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, hiking, wildlife viewing, and other recreational and non-consumptive activities. Public lands are managed for multiple uses, not just hunters, trappers, and livestock producers. Winter recreationists note that at least 16 high-use closed public roads will be impacted by the proposed changes. Is it worth risking the chance, however remote, of a child or dog being caught in a snare or trap? The responsibility for that risk falls on you. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this morning, despite the fact I see many looking at their phones, shuffling papers, and reading other documents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nani, if you'd like to go, please. You're muted. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Nani Gerber. As the owner of a rescue dog, Indiana, now missing her right front leg after being shot for a wolf, I know firsthand the danger and heartbreak of a dog getting caught in the crosshairs of the hunting or trapping of wolves. I stand with Wolves of the Rockies, Trap Free Montana, Stephen Capra, all organizations that support wolves, and individuals who enjoy the backcountry with family and pets. I urge you to reject this trapping amendment. It is too liberal and unregulated and will increase the possibility of backcountry users and family pets getting caught in traps and snares. Increased pet mortality, injury, and traumatic events for Montana families is the likely and totally unacceptable outcome. Please increase setbacks, require trappers notify the public that trapping and snaring is taking place in a recreation area, and also require they check traps daily. Not only will this trapping threaten family pets, it will also threaten grizzly bears, wolverines, lynx, and mountain lions. Please do not permit the animals of Montana, both wild and domesticated, to fall prey to man's inhumane traps and snares. Montana trappers are the minority. This trapping will not only cruelly kill magnificent wolves that bring thousands of tourism dollars into Montana each year, it will also interfere with the majority of Montana residents who enjoy the backcountry with family and pets.
I implore you, stop the slaughter of wolves in Montana. Thank you.
Thank you. Shauna, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, commissioners. Thank you for the chance to provide public comment. My name is Shauna Barron. I'm a naturalist guide and small business owner here in Gardner, Montana. I'm here today representing the Wild Livelihoods Business Coalition, which represents over 200 business owners in Montana who rely on the health of our wildlife and tourism industries for our livelihoods. Our comment is regarding the wolf trapping regulations. It is crucial that the current and, more importantly, future wolf trapping regulations reflect the court-established geographic area for Region 3 and adhere to the court-ordered date restrictions of January 1st through February 15th. This will ensure that you are in compliance with the court order, thus avoiding an additional lawsuit. It will also ensure the sustainability of our ecosystems and support the Montana businesses that depend on them. We urge you to implement these changes in the current regulations, and I thank you so much for your time and all that you do to protect Montana wildlife.
Thank you. Nadia. Oh. Yep, go ahead. Oh, you're muted.
Hi, I am Nadia, and I am a student in upstate New York. As someone who has been invested in science and research for a while now, I oppose the laws of killing wolves. As much as I understand the interests and the concerns, I implore you to please listen to science and understand the issues and the long-term effects that could happen, regardless of it not being present at the moment. When you kill one wolf, it could cause long-term effects in the long run, and even though it won't be seen. I appreciate what you do and you listening, but please reconsider the decisions and listen to the scientists and all the data. And this is based on research, isn't just based on emotions. But thank you. And just please understand that the policy will destroy all wildlife in the region, or the policy could lead to significant declines in the local populations of wolves, grizzly bears, or any carnivore animals that keep herbivores in check. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Kim, would you like to go next, please?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hi, this is Kim Bean with Wolf and Wildlife Advocates. I just want to push this out there really quickly. I 100% agree with Ms. York with Trap Free Montana and everything she had to say, and Mr. Chris Savine and his much needed research and knowledge, which should be utilized in your decision making. I do not and will not support Commissioner Burrows' amendment. Setbacks are essential. This amendment is a complete disregard for anybody and everybody outside of MTA. The other thing is I help cattle ranchers. I help sheep ranchers as well with mitigation efforts for wolves and other predators, native carnivores. And I'm curious why we're not looking at utilizing non-lethal measures. We're constantly wanting to kill. That's what we do, right? Why are we not implementing non-lethal measures in order to help ranch in wild territory? For a couple of reasons. One, coyotes and other of our native carnivores, they help keep our rodent populations down, your rabbit populations. You guys are constantly chasing your own tail in this situation. We need to relook at these things, reevaluate where we're at. Trapping is not the good way of doing anything. It's barbaric and it's outdated. Constantly catering to the Trapping Association and not the majority of people is it's preposterous. The constant deregulation for trappers. I don't understand why we continue to do that. There needs to be more regulation. There needs to be more oversight, and we need to actually have more accountability because there isn't any right now. Once again, please look at this differently. We also, as Helena Edelson said, we have grizzly bears that are out way into January nowadays. It is there's a problem we have. It's
Thank
it's
you.
happening to our environment.
Thank you for your comments.
You bet.
Okay, Garrett, would you like to go, please? You're muted. Okay, perfect.
You got me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Garrett Backman over on the east side of the state. I'd like to say I support Commissioner Burrow's proposal. Read through it. First time was a little bit confusing, but afterwards I definitely got understanding. And I'd also like to, question on adding a permit for coyotes, as it's been stated before. They're a predator, non-game species. I don't know how FWP could require a license, whether it's free or not. I mean, still an extra deal. And then my last thing, I would just like to add in after listening to a few people here. Trapping isn't just killing, isn't, it's not what you see in Disney movies. Do some research on how animals are relocated, including wolves, like to Colorado. They didn't just pick them up in a car and drive them down there. So that's all I got to say. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Ian, please. You are muted.
Sorry.
Okay. Yep, go ahead.
My name is Ian Wargo, resident of Northwest Montana. I guess, first of all, I'd just like to commend the department and the commission for just being committed to grizzly bears in this state. I mean, I think that's what this all kind of, really started with, is protecting grizzly bears. And I'm glad to see that we're coming up with creative solutions to protect bears and hopefully get those off the endangered species list at some point. That said, I can't say that I'm really in favor of these new coyote regs. I'd really like to see a sunset put on them. So, any of the unintended consequences could be, revisited. And, it's got brought up before, but, reviewing Montana code, I just don't see where the department has jurisdiction over coyotes. So probably going to be opening them up to the department up to some future issues. Regarding Commissioner Burrow's setback amendment, I want to just express my full support for that. I think that's a forward-thinking amendment, and quite frankly, it's something that is long overdue and in need in many areas in Region 1, particularly in Flathead County, where I'm a resident of. There's a lot of areas that aren't seeing take, or it's really difficult to get take due to unrealistic setback requirements. That should help to offset some of the reduction in harvest that we're obviously going to see due to the trapping season dates being reduced. Which there's been a lot of comments about we need to protect our wildlife for future generations and whatnot. That is exactly what these trapping setbacks are going to accomplish, and the most
Thank
important.
you. Thank you for your comments. Okay, Glenda, please. You're going to need to unmute.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Just one thing I want to say about coyotes is there's lots of reports out there showing the more coyotes you kill, the more they procreate. So killing more coyotes is only going to make your problem worse. As far as traps go, they must have bigger setbacks. And I know you guys have denied signage, but signage and bigger setbacks should be on public land. This is a public safety issue. I still continue to ask you guys, why do you cater to trappers when it's such a tiny fraction of the population. What can we do as a non-consumptive community to get the same consideration? It's almost as if, the trappers know that you will just pass whatever helps them. And it's, fairly obvious the meetings that I've attended where 95% of people are against trapping or are against killing more wolves or the quotas that aren't quotas anymore. And yet you still pass legislation that only protects trappers and hunters. And you're probably going to pass this one as well, without any other mention. So I would just like to ask, and hopefully you can actually answer this question of why do you guys continue to cater to trappers when they are a teeny fraction of the population? Thank you.
Thank you. Reagan, you are next.
Yes, hi, thank you. My name is Regan Downey. I'm speaking on behalf of the Wolf Conservation Center and our members based both in Montana and across the country. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. We strongly oppose Montana's efforts to kill wolves and are not in support of wolf trapping. We urge the Commission to consider the impacts of large-scale human-caused mortality on wolf pack persistence and reproduction. Any trapping season that extends through the winter will have far-reaching impacts on the wolf population. Breeding females will certainly be killed, resulting in the death of their future litters, but also the fracture of their family group. We recognize the wolf trapping season dates of January 1st through February 15th inside the geographic scope are set via court order, and ask the Commission apply those season limits to trapping throughout the rest of the state at the very least. We are opposed to the removal of setbacks. This will put recreationalists and domestic dogs in harm's way. We request 24-hour trap checks and no snaring of wolves on public lands. Traps are inhumane and inherently non-selective. The requirement of snares to have a breakaway device will do little, if anything, to minimize pain and suffering that snared animals endure. We ask that in the future, the Commission consider more heavily the input of scientists, ethicists, and non-consumptive users when drafting policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Dagmar. Okay, need to unmute, please. Oh, you're still muted.
Hello?
Okay. Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commission Chair and Commissioners. My name is Dagmar Riddle, Dagmar, and I live in Whitehall, Montana. And everybody that is pro-wolf and anti-trapping has pretty much said most of what I wanted to comment on and say, and I agree with them all. I want to remind the Commission that all this regulations and stuff that's being proposed and added is not scientific but political, and I have to remind the Commission that wildlife belongs to all of us and not to the states. States are mandated to take care of the wildlife. We have a crisis with the loss of wildlife and loss of species because the encroachment of human development and human presence. And I want to say that with the grizzlies, the hunting season should be what the court orders, and we have to remind everybody that grizzlies go in and out of their caves all winter long. They go out and go back in, and many of them have to be yearling and to be 2-year-old cubs that are at high risk of being trapped. So how can I say it? The grizzlies, their range is very wide, and they are moving eastward and up and down into Region 4 and other regions. They're expanding their territory. So we have to be careful with trapping of grizzlies, and no reduction of setbacks. It's just preposterous, putting everybody in non-target species at risk. And let me remind everybody that wolves are a good way to get rid of the chronic wasting disease that is taking over Montana.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Gregory, please. You are muted still. Thank you.
Hi, this is Greg Hill. I'm a trapper, Montanan lifelong, and I got to tell you, this it's pretty crazy. You guys are facing a lot of opinions that are very opinionated people. I use conibears. You shouldn't have to have a check time on your traps like this. You know, it's 24-hour thing's crazy. Coyotes, the conservation license has always been all you needed for coyotes. That's every game warden's always told me that. You know, and the trappers maybe be in the minority, but we still have rights and we're still out there. And this is conservation management is what's actually going on. Nobody's gone wild trapping, you know. So I don't know. Got to keep Montana open to all trapping. And as far as the wolves go, you know, when they were introduced in Yellowstone, we were told they wouldn't come out for 10 years, and they were out within 30 days. You know, and it's just been, you know, people trying to keep them from being shot and such, and they worship them. I don't have a golden idol of a wolf at my home, you know. And as far as I'm concerned, if you don't have a tag, you guys should just make it shoot and release. So, well, thank you, and I give up the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final commenter is Alina, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Elena Tillman. I oppose Commissioner Burrow's amendment. Just wanted to make a quick comment on the public trust doctrine, as it does extend beyond hunters, trappers, and renters. While I know this may or may not fall on deaf ears, I appreciate the opportunity to comment for your consideration. As a refresher, the public trust doctrine is a legal principle, promotes public access to natural resources, and requires the government to protect them for the public's benefit. It's a key part of the environmental law in the US here, and it's based on the idea that the public owns certain resources such as wildlife, navigable waters, and land. Government's also responsible for maintaining and protecting those resources for the public's use, which includes for all. While I support non-lethal and non-harmful, not just non-lethal, but non-harmful measures to manage our native carnivores, I'm respectfully requesting to increase setbacks and check traps daily for the benefit of all, wildlife for all, respect to the wild spaces, and modern ecological science at bare minimum. I've spent time at sanctuaries, wildlife rehabs, including for wolves and bears. I truly wonder if anyone in support of this amendment or others has spent time with individual animals or any naturalists involved in ecological restoration. I implore folks to go to a wolf or bear conservation center, spend some time there, and see if your opinion changes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I guess we have a couple more commenters. Laura?
You can hear me?
You can. Go ahead.
My name is Laura Jackson. I live between Hamilton and Darby in Ravalli County, where my great-grandparents homesteaded, and thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I'm asking that the proposed amendment to eliminate trap location setbacks from roads in the county be rejected and removed from these regulations. This amendment directly infringes on the general public's ability to safely enjoy recreating during trapping season on our public lands. From my own experience, I know that especially in the Lost Tourist area, there's considerable recreation, hiking, skiing, snowmobiles on roads other than the main canyon road, which has been exempted from the removal of setbacks. But that is really not the main recreation road, I would say, in this canyon. I just use this as an example in my own experience. Our county population is increasing, winter recreation is increasing, and the right to use these lands safely is essential, and setbacks are essential for this. The default 50-foot is a reasonable compromise that allows trapping, but also protects other users. I mean, even the snowmobilers occasionally stop and have to pull over for a pit stop, and have a trap there that they happen to step in is not going to improve the day. So I think it's really of primary importance that we maintain the setbacks on all roads, and probably they should in fact be increased to 500 feet around designated recreation areas like Coyote Coulee. And there is no mention of this type of recreational area that has been created for horse users, hikers, off-road bikers, and they use it in all times of the year, including winter. I could also say from a personal experience, I have had a dog with a leg caught in a trap many years ago. Fortunately, I was very far up the hill and was able to go back to my truck, get tools, open the trap, and she didn't attack me at that point.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Hey, John? Okay, you're muted. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is John Hoffler. I'm here with my wife, Carolyn Mell. We've provided some written comments to you. And while we would like to see additional regulation of coyote trapping, the director in his recent video has made clear that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and the Fish Wildlife Commission does not have the authority to regulate coyote trapping for livestock protection. Yet this proposal still implies that the commission can regulate what they define as livestock protection. We maintain that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and the Commission do not have the authority to define what is coyote trapping for livestock protection. Only Montana Department of Livestock can pass such regulations. Further, any person trapping coyotes can claim that they are doing so for the purpose of livestock protection, as this is not legally defined anywhere in statutes, so anyone can claim to be doing so rather than conducting recreational trapping, which is also not defined in any statutes. So the fact remains that anyone who desires can trap coyotes anywhere trapping is open on public or private lands, including within Fish Wildlife Commission designated trapping setback areas any day of the year, and the commission cannot restrict this in any way other than asking for voluntary compliance or the limited restrictions they are provided for in statute. Again, all coyote trapping for anyone who claims to be trapping for the purpose of livestock protection requires Montana Department of Livestock to adopt regulations or for the legislature to provide Fish, Wildlife, and Parks the authority to set regulations on coyote trapping. The proposal here will simply open the department up to another legal challenge. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me? My name is Karen Brown. I am commenting on the wolf trapping. I've been listening all morning. 3 points I noticed. Current takes of ungulates in many regions are up. CWD now detected. And I want to commend the commission for showing a proactive conservation of their fisheries, looking at changing human populations, climate change, and increasing pressure on their resources. Why is this not being applied to all wildlife? Grizzlies are slowly expanding their range, and climate shifts are causing shifts in denning times. Wolf traps and snares pose a bycatch danger, especially to smaller bears. Trap checks need to be every 24 hours to limit suffering and also to stop bycatch death and maiming of those animals. Setbacks should not be decreased. They should only be increased for public safety. Recreational use should limit or negate trapping as a proactive measure for human and pet safety. There is no reason why we keep putting these traps in places where we can hurt people and their pets. There should also be proper signage warning the public about the presence of traps, and it should be mandatory and easily visible. I thank you for your time.
Hello? Hello? Hopefully you can hear me. I'm not sure from my end. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity for comment. My name's Trish Marie. I was one of the organizers who helped stop a wolf hunt in Michigan prior to relisting of wolves there. So you've already had an entire family of Yellowstone wolves killed. One was gut shot and left to die. I spent over $2,000 in Montana to see wolves, and I'm one of thousands. So it seems like you're killing your own golden goose there. And cattle, you have over 2 million cattle in Montana, 2,160,000. And of that, in 2023, 23 cattle were killed by wolves. Over 2 million cattle, 23 killed by wolves. And so this is an all-out war on wolves because 23 cattle were killed when there are also non-lethal deterrents. For comparison, 286 wolves were killed by humans, and there's not 2 million wolves in Montana. Trappers aren't the only users of public lands. They are, in fact, a significant minority. Non-consumptive users are a large and growing population of outdoor users. So I would say keep the current setbacks, if not even increase them, and keep the public and their pets safe. It's also rather outrageous that trappers are not required to post that trapping is occurring in an area. If I was hiking in an area with my pets, I certainly would like to know that. I certainly choose a different area. Ethics requires trappers should be required to check traps daily. Actually, ethics would require outlawing trapping altogether, which is a cruel and archaic practice. I mean, just if your dog was in a trap, would you think that was humane? No, it's not humane to wolves or coyotes or any other animal either. CWD, wolves could help you with that if you let them, but they can't be much help if they're constantly running for their lives. Season dates that are offered are totally inadequate to protect wolves. By March 15th, a good number of them are pregnant. I wonder how many wolves have to
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Yeah, the short answer to all of the comments that the department doesn't have the authority to do this is that we now have a judicial declaration that says we do. And it's a court ruling that is not based on thin air. It actually does point to portions of the existing code in Title 87 that starts with the proposition that the department has broad authority to promulgate regulations to accomplish the purposes of Chapter 2, which include fishing, hunting, and trapping licenses. Title 87 does actually define a predatory animal in more than one place as including coyotes, and we already have existing trapping offenses in the books relating to predatory animals, which include coyotes. So there is an analytical backdrop to the conclusion that the department does have authority to navigate in the space of coyote trapping. I think historically, as you know, as you're well aware, we've kind of been in a place where livestock and FWP have gone back and forth, but we're now in a space where we have the court ruling that's identified places where, in fact, we do already, non-residents with respect to coyote trapping, setbacks, that sort of thing. So we're already in that space. I think we've just been pushed into a place where we're going to have to do a little bit more because of the court ruling.
Thank you. I have one more question for Brian too. Is there going to be like random surveys done with these free permit holders?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, that is correct. We do intend to survey. That's part of our objective in this is we lack a great deal of data on the harvest and take of things like coyotes and other predatory animal and non-game species. So that would certainly help us to fill in those blanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor.
Mr. Wakeling, can you clarify a couple comments regarding this concept of a sunset? But if I understood the proposal, it's for 1 year. So by its very nature, doesn't it essentially sunset, or we have a way to revise it year on year?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, that's absolutely correct. This is through the end of August. We will bring our new proposals before the commission in August. And at that point, the commission has the prerogative to either carry them forward or change them or deny them altogether.
Yeah. Any other questions? Commissioner Brooke?
My question is for the lawyers. Are the parties to the lawsuit all in agreement with this amendment? That it seems like there's a lot of commenters from those groups that don't support it.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brooke, it's my understanding that an action by the commission to adopt a framework that looks like this framework would result in they're not advancing the lawsuit. I think there's plenty of space for them to disagree with the substance of the regulation and that sort of thing. But in terms of the effect the adoption of this type of framework would have on the lawsuit, it's our understanding that they would not continue to advance the lawsuit.
Madam Chair, if I might. So the department formulated this proposal as a responsible policy move. Certainly the lawsuit's a backdrop to that. But primarily, I think the objective here was, again, to facilitate grizzly bear delisting, return that bear to state management. So is not a settlement, wasn't a consideration as being a settlement. It so happens that we've heard some positive feedback from the plaintiffs in the case, but I want to make it clear that this proposal was not developed to be a settlement for that lawsuit, Madam Chair.
Any further questions? Oh.
Madam Chair, maybe just a closing comment that since we will be reviewing this, we can review the setbacks in my proposal if it were to pass annually. I think it's a mischaracterization to call trapping like unchecked. I think trapping ability has been, decreased to the point that it is now. And I think calling trapping unfeathered or unchecked is just a mischaracterization of what it is. And lastly, in my amendment, I tried to capture all the high use areas, but there are some that weren't captured. So the responsibility will be on the trappers to put those traps in good spots. So,
do you want to? Or no, before, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you bet. Madam Chair, Commissioner Brooke, going back to your question, I would also point out that some of the folks who spoke on behalf of groups that may be involved in the lawsuit didn't seem to really address the actual amendments and proposal on the floor. Most of them were general comments on trapping as opposed to the actual proposal on the floor.
Madam Chair, one more question for Commissioner Burrows. We heard a lot today of people who are very much opposed to taking the setbacks off, and I didn't realize it was 16 roads that are now going to have no setbacks. And for the people who are using those and have been historically using those, in a couple of weeks, 16 trailheads are going to potentially have no setbacks. And how is the public going to know about this if they aren't paying attention to this commission meeting today and they go up to their traditional trailhead that they've used for years and years? How are they going to know that there is potentially a trap right on the side of the road a mile into the trailhead?
So
go ahead,
Madam Chair. So I think we were blending what my amendment did with I think there may have been some mischaracterization or misidentification of what was going on here. This is behind seasonally closed roads closed during trapping season. So I don't know of any trailheads in Ravalli County that basically start behind a closed gate. You know, there's a designated trailhead and then the trail would go off from there. I think there's a lot more roads that this would apply to than 16. There's a lot more gated roads that are seasonally closed than 16. So I don't know what the exact number is, but there's a lot more than that this is going to open up having setbacks on. But I think, and that's again where it goes back onto the responsibility of the trappers to identify there may be some spots. I tried to take the high use, high recreation areas out that we know were popular for snowshoeing or cross country skiing or dog walking. We already have some restrictions next to the high recreation areas like Como, which Coyote Coulee was brought up, and some of those areas that may already have this designation there. And some of the onus is going to be on the trappers. There may be a spot that I didn't capture within my high use roads that are not within one of these high recreation areas, that it may be legal for a trapper to set a trap on that road, but is it going to be a good decision? Is it ethical to set a trap there? There may be a couple roads that were missed, but I don't think the example of my favorite trailhead now going to have traps set around it is an accurate description of what this is. That what this was really targeted at, where we have a lot of backcountry areas, the West Fork, the East Fork, where you can get way back up on public roads, and then we have these gated spur roads that continue way back into the backcountry that wolves are running on, and that's what this amendment.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you, Bren. Okay, I'm going to start out with my amendment for the changing it to a declaration. And so that amendment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, the next amendment is the setbacks. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Brooke is opposed. Motion carries. Okay, now we need to do it as a whole. All those in favor of the fall 2024, winter 2025 wolf and other species trapping regulations signify, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we are at 1 o'clock. I'm only going to take a half an hour lunch break. I know it's kind of tough for everybody that came to get back, but we're just going to keep moving and so we will convene again at 1:30, please. So. All right, everybody, we're gonna get started again. Hey. No. I took it out. I put my agenda in a very special place that I'm trying to find. All right, thank you. Okay, we will move on to Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division, please. Deb?
Good afternoon. Is that? Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Deb O'Neill, Acting Division Administrator for Parks and Outdoor Recreation. Two items for you this afternoon. You're familiar with this first one, the public use rule deviations that we've brought to you before, and we said we'd only bring it to you annually after the last time. Well, we did find that we missed a few. So we are bringing you one new one, and then the rest of them on the Excel spreadsheet are existing ones that you have approved in the past. And we're just seeking your approval on those again. The one new one is just to clarify that dispersed camping is allowed on the Blackfoot, Clearwater, Marshall Creek, Aunt Molly, Spotted Dog, Lost Creek, Nevada Lake, Garrity Mountain, and 3 Mile WMA. And the reason this is changing is because they close in the winter, and we want to make sure that the camping is also closed. So we don't allow camping when the WMA is actually closed. So this is just a clarification. That's the only new one that we are bringing you. Like I said, the rest are existing, and we are committing not to bring you any more until your annual review of these. But this one was important enough to bring it to you before the annual review. I want to add that we did receive public comment, not on either the existing or the new change. But there was one public comment in your packet that was on a completely different WMA and not related to this at all, but I did want to address that or acknowledge that. So we do ask that you reapprove the existing ones and ask that you adopt this new one.
Okay, questions? Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission reapprove the existing rule deviations and approve the proposed rule deviations as presented by the department.
Second.
Okay. I have Commissioner Tabor as a second. Any questions? Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll go out to public comment. Is there anyone present who would like to comment? Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment on that motion? Doesn't look like we have anybody online, so all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, next item.
Okay, thank you. The second item is Brogan's Landing Fishing Access Site permanent closure. We don't take this lightly at FWP to permanently close any access areas. This has been closed under emergency closure by the commission since the Yellowstone flood in 2022. We've had our design and construction unit look at this site, and there's no way they can see that we safely reconstruct public access. The road is washed out. It's not drivable right now. We have the top currently closed. So there is access by foot, even though we're asking people not to access it by foot. People are still accessing it by foot. But there's no way to reconstruct this for public access, unfortunately. We are exploring some other alternatives for access, and you have a map there in front of you that demonstrates the other areas we're looking at. Only one really is viable, and we need to continue that conversation with the Forest Service. But we do ask that the commission continue or to permanently close this site while we look for an alternative for public access. We know that this is very important to some members of the public. And like I said, we don't take this lightly. Access is very important, but this one is just not safe to continue anymore. So if you do approve what we recommend, which is a permanent closure, we will put additional signs at the top and really encourage people not to walk down and access this area. We did receive a comment that you have before you that was asking for you not to close this site. But again, it's a safety hazard and we really encourage you to adopt this.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the permanent closure of Brogan's Landing fishing access site.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Tabor. Any other questions or anything? Oh, Commissioner Lane?
I just have a quick question. So this will no longer be looked at, this site will no longer be looked at for any improvement. It will be a relocation, if anything, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lane, that is true. Our design and construction unit does not believe that they can safely reconstruct the site.
Thank you.
Commissioner Walsh?
Madam Chair, Deb, who owns the property on this site?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, it is a FWP property.
Yes.
Commissioner Siebel?
Property. What happens to the property after that? Is the public still allowed access it despite warnings not to?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, I believe that Director Temple was preparing to answer that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, given the permanent closure, that site is functionally gone. I mean, it just doesn't exist anymore. And so what remains of that property, the department would seek to dispose of through the requirements that we have, both state and federal. So we seek to dispose of the property and find a replacement.
Okay, any other questions? Is there anyone present who would like to comment on it? Anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment on this motion? Okay, looks like we have Greg, if you want to go ahead and comment, you need to unmute, please.
I wanted to speak about the porcupine closure, the porcupine refuge. Should I wait until another?
Yeah, that would be items not on the agenda.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I have a question.
Okay.
It's hard to tell on scale on this map. So we have a couple of fishing access sites. What is the scale between those? And I mean, does it effectively close the ability to maybe get in there and wade fish? It just seems to me like it may provide an opportunity for those wanting to wade fish on that stretch where I assume that there was a boat launch there before. I don't know for sure because I didn't study it that deeply, but just looking at it on the face may provide kind of a unique opportunity to get in between a couple of boat launch sections without a whole lot of improvement, have that, again, an increased opportunity for wade fishing on that stretch.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrs, there is wade fishing there. It has been this entire time. We do seek to close it because it is a danger right now. There's no way to put in a safe trail. People are parking at the top and walking down and continuing to wade fish, but it's a very dangerous site.
So the opportunity to access at that point would not be gone based on selling the property. You'd still have accessibility at that location if the property were sold.
That, Madam Chair, Commissioner Rose, that would be up to whoever buys that property.
So I guess I have a recommendation if we could get photos next time of what it actually looks like.
Absolutely, can do.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I just want to make sure we understand what we're doing right now is we currently have an access, although it's not conducive now to replacing and having boat access. If with maybe some minor improvements or even use at your own risk, we have a spot that may provide a unique opportunity for just wade fishing on that stretch. And so it's, to me, if it sells, are you talking about selling it into private hands and then possibly relying on some sort of agreement with the private landowner for access down to there?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows. So what we're asking for right now is a permanent site closure. That bank is really high, really steep right now. There's no place to park. So people are parking, I think, along the highway. And that's, you know, how fast people drive up and down the Paradise. So just having the site with no place to park and people accessing right there is creating a potential safety hazard, not just in getting to the river, but just getting in and out of their car. So we're asking for a permanent closure. If the department were to pursue a disposal of the property, we would have to come back to you and ask you again first. So we're asking for a permanent closure today. If we wanted to dispose of the property, we would ask you again. When we dispose of property that's federally encumbered, which this one is, we have to transfer that encumbrance to a like property. So we would not come to you with disposal without an alternative in place. So we would not rely on the goodwill of a new landowner unless we had some long-term arrangement. But the goal here would be find another piece of property in the vicinity that we could provide similar opportunity before we made any permanent decision in terms of disposal of the property. Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you.
And if I may, Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, we do have an option that we are exploring on the Forest Service property, the Cinnabar, and that's a half mile downstream.
Thank you.
Oh, I will. Yep, I will. Hold on. Is there, I just need to find out if there's any other questions or comments from the. Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
Brogan was a very steep access into a old Western launch site of sand, a lot of fine sand.
Is your microphone on? The red light should be on.
Closer.
Then consider to answer Commissioner Brooks, just upstream is Reduce, and it is a good waiting access area. And downstream exploration. That helps.
Okay. Thank you.
Before and after pictures.
Oh, okay.
Where'd you find them? Maybe Eric can put them up.
Google search. I guess if somebody is interested in looking at the pictures, come over and look at Commissioner Siebel and Commissioner Lane's laptops.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor.
I guess I'll phrase it the other way because, you know, it's obviously weighing heavily to take something away and it's kind of, I imagine, sticking in all our craw. Is there any conceivable other way to use this property? Like, have you exhausted all clearly it can't be used as the boat ramp, as the gentleman just explained, but is there any other way? I'm assuming you have assessed all the other options and ruled them all out, and that's why you're making this recommendation.
Yeah, I'm Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor. That is correct. Our design and construction unit has looked at all options at the site, and they do not think we can use the site at all safely.
That's the bottom line. Okay.
Any other questions or? Okay, it didn't look like anybody else wanted to comment. Do we have any commenters in the regional offices? How nobody has their hand raised online? Okay. Any last minute questions or comments? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. Mr. Schenk.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members. Bill Schrank with the Land and Water Unit, FWP. Two items for you this morning, or this afternoon, sorry. The first is the request to approve the signing entry of a management agreement at the intake fishing access site. This is downstream from Glendive, at the location of a major diversion on the river and immediately across from the bypass channel of some fame there at intake. What we're asking for here is to enter a management agreement with BOR that had lapsed some years ago. And just the staffing problems, BOR literally had nobody to talk to about getting these things re-upped. But management of the site has continued largely as is. There's a fishing access site there where FWP owns 23 plus acres and BOR has 10 that is integrated literally right in the middle of our fishing access site. And so what the proposal is to enter a no cost 50-year agreement where we can just manage that 10 acres as part of our existing site. Where this varies from what we had there in the previous agreement is that across the river, the agreement used to include our management of what's called Joe's Island. It's roughly 50 acres. And staff just felt like it was very difficult to manage. There was multiple owners on it, difficult to access for the public. And that's been further complicated by the bypass channel. So that Joe's Island piece is not part of this proposal. This is only to extend or to re-enter a long-term management agreement with the BOR so that we can continue to operate that fishing access site.
Any questions? Commissioner Lane?
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission authorize Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to sign the proposed management agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation to allow the continued operation of intake fishing access site by Fish, Wildlife, and Parks.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Siebel on the second. Okay, thank you. I'll go out for public comment on this one before we move on. Is there anyone present who would like to comment? Anybody in the regional offices who would like to comment on this? Nobody with their hand raised? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Right.
Madam Chair and members, the second item I have for you is 3 additional conservation leases. Madam Chair, you spoke to the larger program of enrolling landowners in the conservation lease. As you know, the commission initially approved 10 in June. Incidentally, those have all been delivered, entered, and paid for, and closed. The 3 that we have in a proposal for your consideration today were all part of that initial batch of applications. They came in with the first 10. And I say that for clarification because there's a new application period starting here, as you know. But these 3 just were not ready to go when you considered those initial 10. The 3 together total 20,009 acres. They are all 3 40-year leases, one with 52 ranch totaling 18,255, QT ranch of 640 acres, both in Region 7, And this is new territory for us here in that the Williams Ranch, which is in Region 3 near Towston, is 1,114 acres. The lease agreements would be funded with a combination of Habitat Montana, Pittman Robertson, and other sources if they're appropriate for these particular leases. Public involvement included environmental assessments and public comment. Your materials have a breakdown of the cost and acreage, and the payments together are, well, there's $2,150,000 for 52 Ranch, $76,160 for QT Ranch, and $339,770 for Williams Ranch. Are there any questions on these leases?
Commissioner Walsh.
Thanks, Madam Chair. How are these values developed?
Commissioner Walsh, Madam Chair. The values for these are like all our previous leases and like all the leases under this program. We made a very intentional decision not to first develop, like we do with a conservation easement, first develop an agreement and then have that individually appraised. We thought that was just going to be too much work for these particular, to have a program on this scale. What we do here is a formulaic approach. It's, I think it was 18% of the value of the land. The value of the land we determine by borrowing from DNRC. It's per acre value for state lands in that area. DNRC every other year conducts a value assessment, contracts with an appraiser, comes up with a value. We've borrowed that value for land.
Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment on the motion? Don't see any hands raised, so all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Madam Chair, I had one further question. Bill, if you would mind, with this acreage here and then the ones we've done, what's our tally this up to now in regards to how many acreages?
The Vice Chair Tabor and members, I thought I had it noted in here, but 53,000 acres was the cumulative of that initial 10. And with the addition of these 20,009 acres, so we're at just over 73,000 acres.
So congratulations for,
Well, thank you, and thank the wildlife staff who puts a lot of effort into this program.
All right. It looks like the last thing we have on the agenda is public comment on items not on the agenda. So anyone present who would like to speak?
Gunshot wounds. So we have 5 wolves that were harvested at this point in time out of Wolf Management 313. And we've had 1 stone harvested out of 316. So at this point in time, we do have the 6 wolves, which was the harvest quota established by this commission for the lands just north of Yellowstone National Park. You know, I have to ask you to consider closing Wolf Management Unit 316 since you have achieved your harvest. That said, if that is unacceptable to do this season, I'd like to request that for the following year, 25-26, that you give consideration to changing the wording on the quotas Wolf Management Units of Yellowstone National Park. And I would like to suggest it should say something like Wolf Management Unit 313, 3 wolves, Wolf Management 316, 3 wolves. So I'm not asking you to change your quota at this time. But then something on there that just says a combined total of 6 wolves.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. I think there's somebody online who is not muted.
Did you want to come?
No, I'm just, yeah, you can comment. I just want to, yeah. Okay. I guess the regional offices, if you could mute, please.
I can wait.
Nope, you're fine. Go ahead.
Thanks again. Again, Sandra Rydick from Uson, Montana, and I'm at Region 2. And we moved out there from town to where I live now to this ranch about 25 years, just under 25 years ago. And I just wanted to let you know that I've had game cameras up and all kinds of surveillance, and we're outside all the time, and we have greatly reduced sightings of wildlife of all kinds. I haven't seen a marten along the creek side, and it's probably been 10 years. And like I said, the wolves are much less evident. I did have a nice grizzly bear go through my backyard this summer, late this summer. And I just would like to see more conservative hunting and following closer to paying attention to populations in our state. We're losing wildlife. We need to maintain our wildlife. We're like one of the only states that has a really nice environment that animals can live in. And we got to make sure that we do, like you were talking about, the fish, we have to have something here for our kids and our grandkids. So I would like you to take that into consideration and not do these heavy quotas, especially, and that was the other thing that I wanted to ask you about. Why are we getting rid of so many of the predators when it's like the only tool that is really effective with chronic wasting disease? And that's basically it. And one other thing, the habitat for fish. Why not maintain vegetation and trees along so that you protect it from predators? Let the beaver come back. Don't harvest the beavers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mark Cook, COOKE, and I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. I have a quick question. I don't expect an answer, but I just want to see if you heard what I heard today. Did I hear online a trapper today say, make a statement, if you don't have a license, just shoot it? I'm going to go back and listen to it, but that's what I thought I heard, and others confirmed what I thought I heard. We are well aware of the anti-wolf, unethical hunters, and anti-wolf outfitters that live in the area WMU 313, 316. We know they're there. By not counting a wolf when you go over quota, for example, the wolf that was gut shot and left to die a miserable death, you're just encouraging more of it. Because all I have to do is say, I didn't hit it. I shot, but I didn't hit it. This is going to encourage those people down there that are down there to continue this behavior. That we can't have that. I know we can't do anything this year, but let's talk about this for next year. This was a question I had for the director. I'm noticing, and others are noticing, a lot of poaching. With the increase of unethical hunting and poaching, what is FWP doing to educate and apprehend poachers of our wildlife? They need to do more. I know it's hard. I come from a law enforcement background. I know it's hard, but it can be done. Now that we're up to staff on wardens, we can do this. Lastly, I'd like to end this on a good note. I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, Casey York again with Trap Free Montana. And my apologies if I'm being redundant, if other people brought this up, but it's really concerning what happened with 313, and it's more common we see for them to go over quota. That's not a rarity. And for there never to be a consequence. How do we stop that? They know it and we know it. So what comes of that? Right now, we're really between the two, we're at 6. And I don't understand why there wasn't an amendment. This was the opportunity to say, okay, there's going to be an amendment. We're closing 313 and 316 because we have reached those 6. Last year, we went over 6 again. Back when we finally got the quota reduced, they went over quota in those units of 313 and 316. Even when it was 1 or 2, it was more common to go over. something has to change here. I know it's outside your scope of practice, but the penalties aren't severe enough. And in this case, there are no penalties. There's no like, well, you can't keep that wolf. You can't keep that animal because it's over quota. So I really look to the department, to the commission to come up with an answer. What is the consequence? The same thing I brought up before, the mountain lions. An average of 40 mountain lions are known incidentally trapped every year. And the far majority of them, it shows, are injured or dead. If they're injured, they're quite likely going to succumb to death, right? They need their paws. Mountain lions need their paws. Without a trap check, those paws, frostbite sets in. At least the ones we know that are dead should be coming off the quota. 1 year, a fisher was trapped. It didn't come off next year's quota. I'm asking you to address this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak to items not on the agenda? Okay, how about in the regional offices? Is there anyone who would like to speak? Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, this is Warren Hansen from Region 3 Wildlife Manager. We have 2 members of the public here to speak on items not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Director Temple, Chair Robinson, and Commissioners. Helena Edelson out of Gardner, right on the Yellowstone border. October 24, 4 wolves from the 8 Mile Pack were shot and killed on the same day in WMU 313. One over quota, the yearling female had a Yellowstone research collar. And within a few days, we saw some of the surviving pack members back in the park. On November 2nd, the 5th wolf was located from the mortality signal with a bullet wound shot the same day, working backwards from the carcass as the first 4 and left to die. That yearling male was the second collared member of that pack to be killed. So you have 1 pack, 5 wolves shot, a quota of 3, and more members of the pack are still missing. So the problem in WMU 313 is first, you have a few bad actors. You and the department know who they are, and the hunting community should be outraged by them. And second, you have our community, which relies on all the wildlife in our area for our livelihoods, particularly these animals, 365 days of the year, not just a hunting or trapping season. And third, this commission, keeping everything they do legal and not protecting our community's livelihoods like you protect ag. For bighorns and other species, the department has tools to adjust quotas annually based on overharvest. And a tag hunt could raise funds and support hunters who actually want to trophy hunt, and you can shut this sort of activity down. We're landowners, business owners, employers, and employees, and 313 is our backyards. We see the hunters walking the road by Beatty Gulch, waiting for these animals to cross over the park border. In my personal experience, this is not hunting. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dear Commissioner, Madam Chair. Thank you again to let us to speak. As a business manager and resident along the border of Yellowstone National Park, I second every word and concern Helena just expressed. I'm working and talking with visitors, residents, and biologists every single day. Visitors are spending large amounts of money to see wolves. I know you know that. 99.99% of people from all over the world coming here to see these animals alive. Hunters, outfitters are talking about tradition and about livelihood based on that all the time. We hear that every single year. But over $85 million and even more these years are added to the economy yearly in the surrounding communities. So what is that if not our livelihood? We're talking about their livelihood. This is our livelihood. These hunters are coming into the park I've seen these over the years, like in 2016, another well-known pack was massacred and only 4 members came back to the park. Everybody can check that. I was there in the park. Every single year, this is a problem. And they are scoping for the animals, which is government also spend them tremendous money to study and protect in the park. Then they are just waiting for the animals to cross the boundaries of the national park. They know exactly, they go to the game gut piles, they know where to hunt them and mass shooting into a family, because this is what happens over the years. And they go over the quota. Killing over the quota, which is they exactly know nothing has been done towards this unethical behavior, neither to lower the quota for the next year. This is not only questioning the meaning of hunting, but this massacre should be fined and have results of consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other regional offices who have people present that want to speak? Okay. Greg, if you would like to speak, please. Need to unmute. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, the reason I'm talking to you right now is because up at Big Sky, the Porcupine Flats Trail, when you walk onto the Porcupine Refuge here, the state refuge, has been closed. And they have a sign saying that it's for administrative purposes, something like that. And anyway, so I called up the Region 3, talked to the lady there. She said the reason it's closed is because the Fish and Wildlife bear management guys stayed there. They were only there 2 weeks, you know, and it's been closed, and it's still going to be closed right now until the end of November, and then it closes for the elk, right? Every year it's a wildlife refuge, and it closes until May 15th. We want it open, you know, and there's all kinds of people that from Big Sky that are behind this. They're like really upset that it just got closed on us. It's the main boulevard, the main walk. I've had a stroke, you know, and I need a place that's flat to walk, and this is the only one in Big Sky. You know, and anyway, so I tried to talk to the guy, and he wouldn't talk to me, the guy that did this in Region 3. And he did tell her, I could hear him talking. He said there are other reasons he closed it. And anyway, so I don't know what they could be, but anyway, I go out there myself with a box and a shovel every year, and I clean up all the dog poop that's all along the trail there 3 times a year. And I for free mow all the lawn around the cabins there where the Fish and Wildlife guys stayed there. And anyway, so I left my phone number, and he wouldn't call me back. And we right now, the people in this area have over 100 years of egress of the public walking in and out of there anytime they feel like it. Right now, there's already been about 100 hunters come there, and I go there every day because I live across from there. And everybody that I've talked to is a hunter is really upset about these signs saying there. And these other guys, they drag their elk right through there anyway. There's no reason to close it. All there is a bunch of old bear traps that they use every year, and a couple little cabins, and the Quonset hut, and they're all locked up, and nobody messes with them. There's just no reason to close it at all. And this road closure, man, it just cannot stand. I mean, it's a bummer, and I want you guys to do something about this and open it immediately until December 1st, and then again next spring, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine. Okay, go ahead.
So much for taking my
We seem to be having trouble with the audio.
Yes, thank you for taking my comments today. Earlier in the meeting, when Commissioner Tabor was talking about the future and leaving a better world and better planet, I welcome that, to creating hunting and fishing regulations that do not encourage unethical. Well, how about now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me now. I was just saying, I welcome those conversations and creating a better planet and creating hunting regulations and fishing regulations that encourage ethical means. Right. This summer when I sat and spoke before you about creating 2 units for protection of Yellowstone wolves, and now here we are once again over quota. Where is the trust? Where is the trust in this? When you keep going in the red in a budget, you end up with 0 and negative balance, mind you. And this is what is happening. Those wolves spend 4% of their lives outside the park. Those are the people, capital P, people's wolves, to which you are managing. And I would much rather say that you are taking care of. Let's replace the word of manage with taking care of. You are taking care of wildlife for the betterment of all. I do not approve of the hunting and baiting of Yellowstone wolves. I do not approve of the unnecessary, indiscriminate slaughter that's happening on the federal lands, to which you need to react and protect. Right? If you have a quota, you need to respond and protect that quota. If you have people poaching and baiting wolves over the line of Yellowstone, you need to figure it out. That is your responsibility, and that is why you are here today as the commissioners of Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I please ask you to close immediately 313. 313 is closed, but close 316 and further protect. Look at Superintendent Shelley of Yellowstone and his comments recently about going over quota again. Come on, Montana, be a good neighbor and protect and take care of what you have been blessed to have in your state. Thank you for taking my comments today.
Thank you. Okay, Garrett, you want to go ahead?
Yep, you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. All right, I'd like to get off wolves for a second, if that's cool with you guys. I want to thank you guys for what we did for dog training as far as non-residents this year, limiting when they can start dog training on public land. Over here on the east side of the state, we get a lot of non-resident bird hunters and deer hunters. And the dog training year-round was really putting a damper on our public birds. So that was a big improvement. Also, when we were talking about that last year when we had our meetings over here, it was brought up maybe limiting non-resident seasons for birds, maybe pushing them back a little bit, give residents a little bit of time to hunt before the wave of non-residents come in. I would like to see if we can bring that back up for discussion again and move on with it, since it didn't really move past that. Then I'd also like to see if we can get comment period as far as maybe adjusting seasons for non-residents for deer, maybe making a unit specific general tag, buck tag, A tag, whatever you want to call it. Just due to the amount of pressure we see here from non-residents, even landowners that are not hunters themselves are not quite pleased with the amount of pressure over the past couple of years that we've been getting from not only people from the east stopping here, but people coming all the way from like Washington, Idaho, bypassing much of the state to come over here to our corner. So I'm just hoping we can get a comment period. Maybe there's one coming up and I haven't seen it or I missed one, but that's pretty much what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Karen, if you'd like to speak, please. You are still, there you go. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi. My name is Karen Brown. I am going to echo some of the comments previously regarding the take in 313 and 316. It is abhorrent that I continue to see every elk that's poached be put in papers and magazines and all sorts of things, looking for leads on who killed and wasted the animal. A whole family of animals is shot, gunned down over quota. We know there are people outside the park wanting to do this. We know they're baiting. We know they're using technology to track these animals, and yet you do nothing. Absolutely zero. I would like to see 313 and 316 closed and an investigation into what happened with this incident, with actions taken to figure out how we can stop it from happening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Looks like we don't have anyone else with their hands raised. Okay, so with that, with no one else wanting to comment, that it concludes our agenda for the meeting today. I want to tell everybody happy Thanksgiving. Do you have any closing comments? Okay. All right. Thank you everyone for all your work. I appreciate it. And we'll see you in a month. Meeting adjourned.
Well, shoot.